Hi, everybody, and welcome back to a wonderful session of D&D. Normally, we will be playing on Saturday nights, but tonight's a special night, as tomorrow, one of our players is having a fantastic birthday. Everyone say happy birthday to Raina,
Happy
our resident elf.
birthday! Happy birthday!
Thanks, everybody.
That means
As
that your
sure.
character won't die tonight.
Oh, no, that's how you get crippled. As we start every session, our lovely resident D4 roller will roll the D4 to find out who is punished next week. 1 to 2 will be Craig. 3 to 4 will be Raina, as they're the last two on the list.
That's a 2.
That would be Craig.
Hell yeah.
We love it.
You're
we
welcome.
love to see
Gonna
it.
be a great recap next week, folks.
Hey. All right. And we know who did it, whose week it is this week, as
It's mine.
last week. The wonderful, the amazing, the man who never stops talking,
That's me.
Compton.
Yeah. Okay. So, where to start? There's a lot of stuff happened. For those of you that are new, I wasn't me. I was somebody else. But that's okay. We wake up. We were sleeping outside. Stoat slept on a horse. That's cool. We didn't have our normal cuddle puddle. That wasn't cool. Didn't like that so much. I listened to Crag pray, despite better judgment, and then I responded to the fact that I understood what he was saying, and I don't think that made Crag feel so good. Had a little bit of a conversation about what Durant Finn wants from us. Durant Finn's our employer, and I lied about that too, because that's what you do when you're not you. I went up to Raina and I asked for my icing back. That was fun because the icing was full of bugs. And I said, fuck it, and ate it anyways, because that's what you do when you really like sugar. The bag was slapped out of my hands and thrown into a fire. Also, a bunch of Raina's, what are they called? Rations. They got infested with bugs too, so that's great. So we lost a couple of rations, boo-hoo. We ended up setting off towards the woods again. As we got to the woods, we noticed that there was like a lumber mill. There was a road, an offshoot road that went to a lumber mill. We decided we are not going to take the time to investigate that. It had a name. I think it was Sims Lumberyard, if that's correct. I'm pretty sure. We continued forward into the forest as we, got to, is it a canopy? The canopy, the tree lines, whatever. It started getting darker as it do in the woods. And Stoat noticed that we crossed the threshold of like this chain. And so we pulled a hold up moment. Everybody jumped out of the wagons. And on the ground was this large chain link, metal. I don't know what type specifically. And Raina was like, well, let's figure this out, and just started following it. And Compton was like, or Comfor was like, hey, I should follow that too. And so we followed it for a while, and we followed it until like the wagons were a dot in the distance, and it kept going. And so the assumption at that point was this probably goes around the whole fucking forest. Small conversation about, hey, is this magic? Comfor says, well, it probably is, and kicked it. And then Raina got upset. It moved back into place. Slowly, but it did. So magic chain, y'all. While that was happening, Crag was ritually detecting magic, and then found out that it had, what it was the school? It doesn't really matter. It's protection.
Abjuration.
Thank you. Protecting type magic on it. We reconvene and go, hey, yeah, well, I guess fuck it anyways. Crossed the chain and went into the woods. From there, a little bit past the chain, there was a sign up. And the sign said, stick to the lit path. Told us important. There was other words too, but that's the important part. We continued going down the path. Sincere thanks, Toles and Hort. We continued going down the path. We're drinking whiskey. Finds out it tastes like smoke. We have a big barrel of it. We see some very vibrant butterflies that would have killed us if we had gone after them. So fuck them butterflies. I don't recall why we stopped specifically. I think it's because Raina talks to the horse and says, hey, are you looking for, what do you want that isn't sugar cubes? And he's like, I like me an apple. And so she sees these golden apples. And we stop the carts. And she gets off and ties a rope to an arrow and begins shooting apples off of this tree out in the distance. It gets about 9 of them. We find out those apples are magic as fuck. Crag eats one and has the ability to think of an item and be able to just find it, like see it out in the space. We give some of these magic items or apples to the horses. I don't remember the first thing Dan does. That's not when he turns majestic. What was the first thing Dan did? Doesn't matter.
He made some
Oh
flowers.
yeah, he was making dandelions, and so he was like growing dandelions. One of the horses made it rain, not like on strippers, but like water. Another horse animated their bridle and fucked off, and then the last horse eventually shoots fireballs, but I don't remember what they did the first time. Doesn't matter. They're magic fucking apples. Stoat and Crag take off after the horse that ran away. They leave the path. Guys, bad idea to leave the fucking path. As they're out there looking for the horse, they come across this guy who's very tall and lanky, and there's pictures of him somewhere. He looks like his skin tone matches trees. He introduces himself as Aro Darkfoot, and begins selling them potions in the middle of a fucking field. It gets crazy. Crag and Stoat are like, well, we've got companions. He's like, I'd like to meet them. Throws all of his shit into a bag, and then they come back to the wagons. He does his little spiel. Crag makes a bad deal. It's not good. We don't know why yet, but effectively it's I'll be you, you'll be me. So that's going to be fun. I'm sure that'll come up later. He asks to join us for a while. We say sure. He gets in the wagon with Reyna, and they have a conversation as we're moving. Over the course of that conversation, he begins to disappear piece by piece, kind of like the Cheshire Cat. But he continues talking as if we're going to be spending a good deal of time together. So that's not concerning at all. He had a dope little fucking mouse. I'm only bringing it up because it's so important to Stoat. It knew Kung Fu, it exploded a tree branch, and it had wings. And not just one set of wings, 2. And that's awesome. So we continue traveling. Eventually we come across this divergence in the path, almost like a driveway of sorts. And it goes up to a huge fuck off tree that has like a red door in it and circular windows. And it's an inn. It's called the Wayward Wanderers, I believe is what it was called. So the group stops. Goes up. We talk to a gentleman who was sitting outside to kind of figure out how long it took him to get there. It took him about a day to get there, coming from the opposite direction. We go inside. Reyna suggests to Just Dan that he can watch the other horses. We'll see how that went. Crag and Comp 4 go inside, and we meet Tallus and Hort, who are the same guy. Interesting things happened. For the price of a memory each, we have room and board and all the food and drink we could want. But you're not allowed to eat plants because they have feelings and are Hort's friends. There was a little bit of issue regarding Deanne's bondage. Is that the right word? That's what I'm using.
Yep.
Crag smoothed that over because he's a sly motherfucker. Deanne, Crag and Compton kind of separate themselves a little bit and have a conversation. Comp 4, because this is Trevor and Compton, right? They separate themselves and have a little bit of a conversation regarding, hey, if we get Deanne drunk, maybe he'll tell us things, and that would be cool. Meanwhile, Deanne is talking to Stoat, wondering who she is, and Stoat tells him. That's fun. And then asks about his weapons, and then says, you should take off my manacles because I can't go anywhere, and then also give me a knife because I'll show you cool knife shit. And Stoat's like, yeah, I want to see cool knife shit. And Reyna's like, no. Just hard no. And then he starts playing on her hatred of orcs and just feeding into that racism a little bit to try to sow dissent in the group. Crag and Comp 4 come back. We continue to have some conversations amongst ourselves. Deanne stops drinking. Reyna gets drunk, drags Comp 4 out to a dance floor. Comp 4 is used to like ballroom style dancing and is not down with how the dance is happening because Reyna's out there just feeling the vibe, right? Meanwhile, while that's all happening, Crag and Stoat are having a conversation regarding Crag's hunger and Stoat's experience with that type of hunger. And how at one point in time Stoat had a hunger that was similar, and over a great deal of time had managed to get past that hunger. And she believes that Crag has the opportunity to do such things. It was a touching fucking moment, y'all. Meanwhile, back on the dance floor, Trevor inside Compton's body is starting to get like pummeled with memories that aren't his regarding like these situations involving dancing in the past. And is unable to maintain his hold over the body, and Compton breaks free. And in that moment, sees this as a wonderful opportunity to seize the day, which is the theme here, y'all, and continue dancing with Reyna. And they are having a lot of fun and joy, and it's just great. And then he fucking passes out, because that's what happens. Crag takes Compton, now actually Compton, up to their room to sleep it off. The rooms are wonderful. They are fit specific to every individual. So Compton, Reyna, and Stoat's room has 3 beds, and each of their areas reflects them. So Stoat's is like furs and fire. I can't remember everything about Reyna's because I don't remember, because my brain
Furs and
doesn't work.
trees.
Furs and trees. And then Compton's is like a little library. And it doesn't even have a bed as much as it has like a
chaise lounge.
Yeah, it's fucking cool. So Crag dumps Compton there. Reyna stays and sits at the foot of the chaise while Compton is just passed out on it. Crag goes back downstairs, picks up Deanne. Stoat goes up to the room. When Crag takes Deanne to their room, which is up the staircase that's like sideways, y'all, there's a piano in it. And he sets Deanne in front of the piano, and Deanne plays a wonderful melody, which is supposed to make us like this motherfucker, but he's a murderous psychopath who named his dagger Throat Cutter, or Throat Slitter. So fuck this guy. That's kind of where we ended. Everybody went to sleep. Am I missing anything? It was a lot. It was a lot of stuff happened.
We bought a potion.
Oh shit,
It
but
felt a
that was
little bit like an attack. That deal was for a big boom potion, so it was pretty good.
I don't think it was that great. I would argue that it wasn't worth you being him now.
You're not gonna fucking
Maybe
say that
we'll
when you
just
cast
trade
a big
some
fireball.
I have to have Fireball first. Regardless, that's where we at, y'all. That's what's happening. And now we're on session 18, because we're just like fucking pounding through it.
Because of the incessant march of time.
Yeah. It just moves, y'all. It just moves. I did name the last session Magic Forest and Fairies, y'all, because that's really summed it up.
Yep.
Everything here's a nightmare, and we need to go, and it's not going to happen. We're going to get stuck here. I'm done. You can tell us. Tell me to shut the fuck up, man.
With that, we'll start off where the session ended, with Craig sitting in the chair, listen to DM play the piano. As I described it, your room is split into 2 different sides. Yours a little more lavish and lush, reminiscent of your home in Stillwater. And his a little more downtrodden, simplistic in nature. He finishes playing up the tune, rests his hands on the keys, and just sits there and closes his eyes and takes a deep breath for a moment.
I think Craig is just sitting there for a solid 30 seconds. Once the moment has kind of passed and he's been able to sit in it a little, he'll just like reach over and put a hand on Deanne's knee. I haven't done a good job of conveying this, but I don't think that you're necessarily a bad man. You just made some bad decisions.
Kind of stands up, stretches his fingers out a bit, just kind of stretches out everything, as it's been a while since he's been knot in his tethers and chains. Well, I guess it's nice of you to say something like that, but I mean no ill offense, but I don't think you know me well enough to know if I've made bad decisions. I've made decisions in my lifetime, and I've done what I've needed to do. But I don't regret anything, or anything I've done.
Not so bad. I wouldn't say you did, you know? And regret isn't a bad thing, by the way. It's people think that a lot. It's not. It's
Well,
okay to regret things, but it's also okay to not regret them.
well, it seems that I'm fine with my life the way as it is. And he kind of looks at your hand as you're resting it. And I mean no ill offense to you, of course, but I don't know you that well. And he kind of takes your hand and puts it on the piano key.
He just taps it. Of course not.
So I have to ask if, since we're getting into the pleasantries, I asked your elven friend earlier in the evening, you wouldn't happen to know where we're all headed, do you?
Yeah.
It doesn't really change anything. I'm going to end up there because you all seem more than well equipped to transport me. So you mind sharing where I'm going to be, I'm guessing, serving my time?
You know, actually, now that you mention it, I'm not quite sure what they're going to be doing with you. We were just told to take you there. I mean, really, like you said, it don't matter much because, I mean, you know what's going to happen if you try and run. So, yeah, fuck it. We're taking you up to Shogart. I heard it's nice. I've never been.
I've been there once or twice in the past, traveling back and forth in that direction. Not too often, but it's always good to take in the entertainment.
Well, I will be sure to try and do that while we're there.
And it would be, well, I would be talking about regrets. I would, of course, be regretful if I didn't at least try. I don't know if it's because you all have hearts of gold or you're getting paid. Yes?
Sorry. I didn't mean that. I'm sorry.
If you're getting paid copious amounts. But from what I've been hearing around, these woods seem very odd and peculiar that we're traveling through. So it wouldn't be too out of the ordinary if I were to just disappear in your care along these woods, would you say?
I mean, probably not, but if you went missing in this woods, I'm pretty sure you'd die. And it wouldn't be because of us killing you, because of the woods killing you.
Kind of leans back. Wow. Once again, be regretful if I didn't at least try. He looks at you. Now, am I going to be wearing my shackles to sleep tonight, or if I promise not to leave, can I sleep a little more comfortably tonight?
It's a very good question. One that I had not considered yet, actually.
I'll make you this deal, if possible. If you allow me to sleep in my bed tonight, completely unshackled, enjoy myself in this room while we have it, I'll be nothing but cordial the rest of this trip.
And you can promise that?
Well, I can be as cordial as the events that reach us. If we get assailed, I have to kill someone, not you all, of course, but if someone who is assailing us, then I'll kill them. But that's just self-defense. That's not being cordial.
Grim, the door to this room, does it open into the room or out?
It opens into the room.
Okay. And the windows lead to imaginary places, right? We're not seeing outside.
When you look out them, they do not match the view of what you should be seeing. They seem to be views of different places. You haven't looked through yours, of course, yet, but this one definitely looks like a cityscape that when you looked through a DM's window.
Okay. Here's what I think I can do for you. You can go ahead, sleep in your bed. I'm going to be here, just resting my pretty little head against the door. Because I don't trust you, but I don't think that is enough to deprive you of what might be the last good night's sleep you have for a while.
He looks at you for a moment, turns on the bench and looks at you in the chair. Stands up slowly, kind of holding his hands out in front of him in not a defensive motion, but showing you he means no harm. And he goes and he sits down in the bed. And you hear the of just the creaking of the boards underneath of it. This is a very flimsy type bed, but as he touches it, you see that tension and relief kind of drains in his face. Well, I have to thank you. Craig, was it?
Yeah.
Don't worry. You've shown me this kindness. I can show you the least kindness of not trying anything during this evening.
I appreciate that. And also, I think it goes without saying, but a very important part of this deal is that this, and he points at him on the bed unshackled, does not leave this room.
Oh, don't tell the others, is what you're saying.
I would prefer that. They might start questioning my judgment, and I don't think any of them would be cruel to you, but few of them would be as nice to you as I am.
Well, in hopes of future kindness, this little secret will stay between us.
Appreciate it.
That he will lay down on the bed, pull over the blanket, and it looks like he's getting ready to go to bed.
Once he has done that, Craig is going to get up and inspect his side of the room just to take it in, because he's made the concession that he's not sleeping in the bed that is his tonight, but he at least wants to look at everything, look out the window.
On your side of the room.
Yes.
So as you're looking out your side of the room, the eerie part of it is it's almost an exact replica of your room when you were a child. The bed's the same, a couple of the knickknacks on the wall. Like at one point your dad made you the crystalline sailboat. And you almost even forgot about that trinket, but it's sitting there up on the shelf. And when you look out the window, it is your view on the High Tower Plaza from your view of your bedroom when you were a kid.
I think that Craig kind of visibly deflates looking at this, because he has been vaguely homesick the entire time he's been gone, but this hits him with a very deep sadness.
And as you even lean up towards the glass and kind of rest your ear against it, you just faintly, it just feels like you can hear the ocean crashing against the port.
He just closes his eyes and takes that in for just a few seconds before he kind of wrenches himself away from the window and moves to sit on the floor against the door. Sleep well.
You too, Craig. And he rolls over. So, you were the last one to head up to your room. When you approach, did you approach or did you stay down in the inn for a little longer?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So you went up before Craig. Craig and DM went up right before you.
I think no, she went straight up. Want to see where Compton went. And Rena.
So as you arrive at your room and the door swings open, you see the view as you see it now. As you go down the staircase, spiral around the tree, and then you get to the prefaces of the tree, you see the whole landscape of the forests out before you. And as you enter the room, you see the room once again split into 3 sections. One at the peak of the triangle, though you don't know why exactly it makes you feel this way, it kind of makes you feel welcome, homely, as you see in the top peak. There is a makeshift campfire, though contained but well built, with lined furs all over the floor and the walls made of tanned leathers. Kind of, the walls are almost like these sheets of them at the peak. And you'll see where there's almost this mini library on the left side. You'll see Compton splayed out, tired, on this lounger type couch. And against the couch, you see Reyna leaning on the back.
Is Rena awake?
I think she's still awake. And just waves to you as you come in.
Is Compton snoring?
Yeah, without it, always. It's a thrumming snore. It's like.
Did he really just pass out on the floor? She asks Rena.
Yeah, it was like mid swing, and he just kind of plumped right on the floor.
Should we all cuddle on him? Or are we going to sleep by the fire tonight?
Oh, I was just gonna stay here and so that I'm here when he wakes up. I didn't want to wake him up. But if you want to snuggle, you can.
You said that, Grim, you said there was a big hearth on the other side?
A large campfire built up. Very large stones built in, and then a very well triangular type fire. It's burning quite, it's roaring.
So you should go get warm by the fire. We'll be right here.
Okay. Stoke goes towards the fire, and I'm curious what it's like. Is there a window? Can she see outside of this place?
You see that there is a cut in one of the leather walls. She looked like if you grabbed it and pulled it open, you could see probably through it.
She does that. She's curious.
As you pull open the slit in the leather wall, you feel the wind blasting past you, and you see just a cacophony of snow blowing in every which direction. Though there is no cold attached to it, you see as you're looking out these other little ramshackle lean-to homes, almost just put up. Though they don't look like they are meant to last for very long, They've built up and they're secured, tied with ropes, pegged into the snow landscape. All of them are covered with very thick leathers. You see some as the winds blow and catch them, the flaps of the huts just shaking in the wind. You see that there are a whole different types of wolves, dogs, and sleds everywhere outside of one of these huts. And you see in the middle of them, there is this large pen with horses all tied up and a large fire near where the horses are.
Stoat thinks about it. This seems familiar, I'm sure. She can't probably pinpoint where she had seen it before. She's gonna walk over to the library that Compton's in.
Mm-hmm.
She's gonna see is there a window there?
There is.
She's gonna look out that window.
As you look out the window, you see a stoned pathway down below. Looking directly out the window, you see there are a littered of a bunch of different homes, all made of wood and brick. Though not glamorous in nature, they are well-built homes. Many of them are either single-story or dual-story, none above that height. The outside, the road is not just a mud path, it actually has stone, though not completely crafted and well-maintained. See people walking, the street is quite busy, maybe looks like a drunkard is stumbling along their way, and you hear laughter down below. Little kids playing, and just a general calmness in nature outside the window. It seems to be some type of town or city. It's just a very calm, relaxed place.
She's gonna again go to the other side now, look out, see if there's a way to see outside.
Yep.
She's just scurrying fast across the room.
You look out the last window, and as you look around, you see a beautiful grove of these almost vibrant white flowers and very lush green leaves cascading over snowy landscape. You see very tall, best way to describe them would be like pine trees, the snow littered all over them. You see a very gentle wind blowing, but even though it's blowing, the snow seems to fall directly down, almost fluttering, defying the wind. And as you look up out the window, you see just an assortment of whimsical purples and bright, vibrant blues and yellows and pinks as the sky, like this aurora borealis of lights dancing in the night sky.
Oh my god, Rena, come look at this.
What is it?
There's lights dancing in the sky.
Yeah. I think I'm okay. I'll stay here.
Still looks over at you. Does she get like any sense that you just an insight check? Like she just wants to know, like, are you being watching over Compton, or is there like something more to that?
No, I think that you would notice that like Reyna has not looked over at her side of the room much at all. Like I've positioned myself in a way that I would be looking more out, probably towards your side than anything else, like so that I could see more of Compton and Stoat's side than anything else.
Stoat comes back over to you. Is that your home?
Was for a long time. It's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah. There's so many flowers. And the snow's gentle.
It I miss it, and at the same time I'm happy to be away from it.
This was the place that you were brought to? This wasn't where you were from originally?
Yeah. Yeah. So I grew up there. I was a child when I got there. I've been there, I was there most of my life. Um, I can't really remember much about the home I had before it. So I, I guess this is more my home than anything else.
Hmm.
How about your, how about your place? It looks warm.
The fire might be, but outside it looked awful. The snow was blowing really hard. At least there were animals. I don't really remember that place.
You don't?
Not not really. I
Well,
remember the wind though.
is it like the tundra flat?
Hmm. And some places are a little bit more hilly, mountainy. But the wind has its own voice. It whistles really loud.
Yeah, I know that wind too. I think that probably what you're seeing over there in my part is more summer than anything else. When the winter comes and the wind sometimes it whips right down the mountain and it feels like it's gonna blow right through your bones.
Hmm. It's biting you.
Yeah, exactly.
Compton's place didn't. If this is Compton's place, all I saw was stone and houses.
I don't think I'd like that.
I don't think so either. I like this. Reina, do you think this forest. What do you think of it?
I think it's interesting. It's odd to be in a place that's so warm. Uh, I don't know. I don't trust anything that's happening around us. I just don't know what to expect, and that's weird. That's makes me uncomfortable in a forest. Usually I know what's coming before anything else.
Have you ever seen a flower follow you? Like it's looking at you?
Grim, would I have seen that? And
Yep.
yeah, yeah, sometimes, but that's not common. Did you see that here?
Mm-hmm. When we were crossing over the chain, and I picked you that flower.
Oh. I mean, that makes sense, right? Like this whole place is just magic, right? It's
It
it's
was
different.
the place that you come from. It was looking like magic. Is it also like this?
Yeah, it's a lot like this.
Is that why you left?
No, no, I love that it's magic. It's just I didn't love that that was somewhere where I was expected to spend the rest of my life. It was be there forever or don't be there at all, you know?
Well, I don't like what that implies.
Me either. That's why I left. And I'm glad I did. I got to meet you.
I'm glad I got to meet you too, Rain. Do you want it? I'm gonna go cuddle up by that fire. Well, actually, you know what? She looks at Compton. I wonder if I can squeeze him. And she's just gonna try and get on the chair and sort of like crawl under an arm or like in his legs.
The lounge chair, though not overly large, it is still meant to be a comfortable kind of lying day couch. If you want to, it's easy enough to get up and cuddle under his arm.
Are you gonna go to sleep, Raina?
Yeah. But I'm fine here.
I hope Craig's okay with that, Deanne.
Yeah, me too.
Do you think that, like, Deanne, do you think that, like, this is his life? Like, he liked doing what he was doing?
I don't know. I feel like sometimes you end up doing something because you feel like there's nothing else that you can do. But I mean, we don't know this guy, right? Like maybe he chose this and this is how he is. It's just as likely that he doesn't like it, but he still has to live with the consequences of what he had done.
Yeah. Okay, well, she's just about to fall asleep, and all of a sudden she snaps up. Wait, Rita! I forgot about the horses. Do we tie them up?
No, it's fine.
It's fine.
Yeah, first of all, Just Dan said that he would look after the other ones. And second of all, I think that that goblin man downstairs who was pretending to be two men, I think he said that he was going to go and take care of them for us as part of our payment.
Like mystery meat take care of them, or
I'm really hoping not. After the mystery meat part, I was concerned. I'm not going to lie to you, but I think he meant just normal take care of them.
Okay. We got like all our stuff on there.
Yeah, I know. I mean, you have most of our stuff, so
I got the good shit.
yeah, you got the good shit, except for the whiskey.
Oh no.
Yeah, but the whiskey is made out of plants, so I don't think that we have to worry about it.
Okay. Should we go check on it?
I don't think it's a good idea to, like, go outside. Just the two of us.
Yeah, probably not.
I mean, we could look out the door and see if we can see it from up here, but it's pretty far down and there were a lot of branches in between, so.
I hate that you can't really see anything outside the tree other than whatever we are seeing.
Yeah. It is weird, right? Because there were windows on the outside when we were walking up to it.
That's true.
I don't know. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Okay. She pats Compton's hair away from her face. I'm gonna go sleep now. She nuzzles in.
Good night.
Good night, Raina.
One by one, sleep begins to find you. Compton fast asleep from the beginning. Stoat in the warmth of Compton starts to cuddle up and fall asleep. Even for you, Raina, it's odd as normally when you go into a meditative type state, you get to choose, and instead of just being like dreams, you recall the information you wish to process or go into landscapes and imagine around you. Your meditations are almost like lucid dreaming, that you control what you want to view. But as you close your eyes going into that meditative state, it's weird because what's going around you starts to almost form itself without your subconscious creating it.
I don't like that.
And as you close your eyes, slowly drifting away, you see a small girl in big pigtails, bright blue hair with a big red ribbon around sashed around her waist, running down the streets. She's breathing heavily as she runs through the finely crafted stone streets. Large ivory buildings of the Fellspire stretching out to the sky all around her. Neighbors and friends trying to grab her attention and inquiring why she's in such a hurry. Without a misstep, the little girl turns and answers, "It's a special surprise!" In her arms, you see a bundle of red silk wrapping up something shifting and squirming inside. She shushes the small creature and hastily continues home. She arrives home. The warm air and the sound of clanging steel always makes it easy for her to find her way back in the maze-like streets of the Spire. Her father outside is working, and her mother, sitting elegantly as always, her long, pale gray robes flowing in the breeze as she reads another of her intricate tomes. The little girl runs up to her and shows what she's been guarding so intensely. As she opens up the swash of cloth, a pure white snowy owl begins to flutter and shake. As you see the bird appear and flutter its wings, you realize that this is just no ordinary girl. This is you. Your mother looks shocked at first, but then her glowing, radiant smile emerges as it always does. "Now, Raina, we told you not to spend all of your allowance as soon as you got it. We said you could buy a pet when we thought you were old enough. You inform your mother that you didn't buy it, but found it hopping around the streets. As you show it to her, one of the wings seems to be flapping awkwardly, as it seems to be injured. But Mom, I didn't buy it. I found it in the forest, in the woods of the Spire. It couldn't fly." You notice a curiosity runs over your mother's face and shakes it off. Now, Raina, you shouldn't lie. I've told you before." And she points up to the sky, and you see a shimmering blue aura dancing in the skyline. The magical field keeps everything out of the Spire. It helps keep us safe, and the schools. You begin to protest as a large siren starts to be heard all around the Spire. Your mother quickly picks up her arms and looks with worry upon her face. You see, in full plate armor, guards of the Spire begin to run and pass and shout to your mother. "Eilith, we need you now. There's been a breach. The headmaster needs us." Your mother hands you over quickly to your father and snaps her fingers, her regal scholar robes appearing in a flash. She gives you a kiss on the forehead. "I'll be back as soon as possible, Raina." As the memory shifts, we find the small girl in her bedroom, tending to the little owl. She hears a noise just past her doorway as she slowly creeps up and opens it. You hear your mother and father arguing, From where you were, you couldn't tell what they were talking about, but your father seemed rather upset. You hear a large thunk as the door to your home is slammed and shuts. You look out and see your mother talking to another elven man. The elven man with flowing silver hair and bluish-white skin. He was adorned in even more regal robes than that of your mother, but had the same patterns as hers. You open the door just a slightly bit more, trying to overhear as he speaks. They may not understand what we are trying to achieve, but if this is successful, the lives of the Lernwick know. The lives of the world will be changed forever. You stumble slightly and push the door open. The man nervously rushes for the door, seeing you, and exits. Your mother runs over to you, picking you up off the floor and scoops you into her arms, carrying you back to your bed. She lays you down. She once again gives you that warm smile as she always does. She pulls the blankets and puts them over top of you. I hope you know just how much I love you, and how everything I do is for you and your father. She hugs you close, and she lingers for a very long time. You feel as tears begin to hit the top of your head. She lays you back down, and you can see little streams of water running down her face, but she still has her warm, radiating smile as she gives you a last kiss on the forehead. She gets up and walks towards the doorway. Before leaving, she turns and gives you another one of her glowing smiles. She mouths something to you, but back then you were getting ready for bed and couldn't see what it was. As she shuts the door, you, Reyna, adult Reyna, jump up out of the bed. And you try and chase after her. Footfall after footfall. The floor and the room underneath of you begins to fall away. You fight to reach the door, and as you grab a hold of the handle and swing it open and yell, "Mom!" But all you are greeted is with darkness. The memories of the day begin to fade away. The ivory city of Lernwick, like dust in the wind. The house of your home blowing away. And the visage of your mother as she finally left, scattered to the wind. And now all you remember is when you woke up in the morning, finding the arrow, finding the letter, and asking, why would she leave without saying goodbye? Compton. You find yourself on the open sea, the silhouette of Stillwater out in the distance. You're sailing on a small ship that gets thrown about with every large wave that crashes upon its hull. You cling to the mast after a rather large wave and hear a voice, "Compton. It's fine. You know your mother wouldn't let me live it down if anything ever happened to you." As you slowly let go of the mast, you feel the wind through your hair, nowhere near the length of the hair you currently have, but the longest your mother would allow at the time. You spend the afternoon sailing with your father, enjoying the sights and sounds of the wide open ocean, your father brimming with joy, seen as you overcome your fear and give in to the fun. You arrive back at the docks of Stillwater. Your father lifts you up off of his boat, which he crafted with his own hands, and wanted you to be first voyage. He places you back on the solid ground. You see he smiles, one of the largest smiles you could remember, as he sees you running around the docks and jumping up and down and going, "Ah, another large wave!" Your father gets up and starts to tie off the boat while saying, "You fought me tooth and nail about getting on this boat, wanting to stay with your books, as your mother always let you. But at the end of it all, I've never seen you so excited. If you remember anything from this day, I just want you to remember, books are all well and good, but it's the experiences that help you write your own story." As you stop jumping around and focus on your father, you begin to run towards him. And as you get closer, the sights and sounds of still water begin to evaporate like grains of sand in an hourglass. Grain by grain, they disappear. And as you leap and try and jump into your father's arms, he reaches out to catch you, and as you make contact, his form dissipates and disappears. And you are left there in absolute darkness, as you yourself and that day disappear into nothingness as well. Stoke. You see a small hut, the walls lined with thick leathers and shaped with strong bent wooden branches. Flush furs line the floor, and a small campfire is built in the center. Your mother and your father approach you and hand you a basket and a dagger. The wind's blowing outside, making the small hut shudder and shake. All right, remember, the trek through the Iron Sun Gulch is long and treacherous. This will be our last chance to gather food for a while, so everyone needs to do their part. You've grown up so much this past year, and we think that's time for you to gather on your own. You look down at the small dagger. It's a well-crafted blade with a silverish blue hue and a wooden handle. Dangling off the back is a small leather strap with your name embossed on the back. You take a couple of swings around the hut, pretending to be hunting. Your father leans down and snatches you up before he gives you a large hug. All right, little one. Remember what we taught you. A blade is nothing more than a tool. What it can achieve is all up to you. Your mother pulls up your hood and gives you a kiss on the forehead. Be safe and don't stray too far towards the gulch. The flash freeze will be starting soon. It's more common this high up. You run out the hut into a torrent of wind and snow that almost blows your hood off. You make your way outside the village, showing off your new items. Other small children in the village whisper to their parents and give you sneers and stick out their tongues in jealousy. You begin to pick wild berries and plants as your mother had taught you are edible. After a while, you see a snow hare poke its head out of the brush. You make chase, knowing that if you brought it home, you'd surely be praised. You run and you run for what felt like ages. Your lungs beginning to burn and the cold wind upon your face starting to sting and burn. But you push through, not wanting to let the hare win. Following the trail, the soft snow-covered ground becomes hard and jagged. Off in the distance, you see once again the outline of the hare. You jump to grab it once as it gets into range, but instead of a warm fur, you meet with a shattering of solid ice, as the different body parts of the hare now lay all over the ground and in your hands, frozen completely solid. You look around you and see an assortment of all types of animals and plants completely frozen in statue-like states. The wind calms down and your view clears as you see opening wide before you. And I've been failing. The gulch. The earth begins to rattle and shake as a large thudding can be heard just inside the gulch. You freeze in fear as a giant, shadowy form starts to clamber over the side. A large, giant hand made of stone and ice slams against the side of the gulch, and you hear the cracking of the cliffside starting to crumble just before your feet. Rising out, you see eyes of shifting colors until they stop and train on the deepest of blues. It speaks in a language you don't understand before it takes a deep breath and a blast of wind blows over you. You put your hands up to protect yourself, but with the massive gust of wind, the scenery around you gets blown away. The giant figure begins to dissipate, and you are alone in a black space, completely frozen in a block of ice. But only for a moment, as you begin to crack and shatter and dissipate into nothingness yourself. And Craig, as you sit there leaning against the door, keeping your eyes on DM, and slowly nodding off, you feel as the door behind you starts to creak open, but in the opposite direction. What do you do instinctually?
I think he turns around while getting to his feet.
You see as the door becomes an almost like a vacuum, torrents of wind start pulling towards this direction. You start to see items in the room flying through the door. You see that the doorway itself becomes an archway of spiraling lightness and darkness as an item whizzes past your head, and you feel as you yourself are being dragged towards the doorway.
If I look back, is this affecting Deanne at all?
As you look over at Deanne, you see his blankets and items on his bed start to get pulled through the doorway, but he himself, his figure, does not move.
I think knowing that, because it's pulling very strongly on me, right?
You're like, if you're trying to stop from being pulled, like it is leaving marks on the floor.
Yeah, I understanding the inevitability of this, he just lets go.
All right. As you are thrown through the door, you find yourself on a very familiar deck of a ship. The door to the captain's quarters slamming behind you. Looking around, you see the violent storm that you chose as your course to the stern of the ship. The water seeming to pull you backwards. The violent storm waters thrashing and slam against the ship. The ship jerks, almost as if a giant hand is reaching up for the back of it, trying to pull you back towards the storm. In front of you, on the horizon, you see as the sea begins to split into 5 different landscapes. Each landscape starting at the bow of the ship and growing outwards, reminiscent of a rainbow coming from a prism. You see a giant on one of the landscapes, a giant whirlpool with intense storms filling the sky. And at the bottom of the whirlpool, the ocean floor cracked and dried out with an entrance to a cave. A glittering catches your eye as you see yet another landscape, a calm, open sea that sparkles and shimmers with a vibrant orchestra of colors. You can see an intense light beginning to dance just below the surface of the water. Another of the lanes reveals a night sky filled with more stars than you have ever seen before. And at the pinnacle, a giant star at the center, shining far brighter than the rest. In the center of all these landscapes, you see the horizon of a beautiful tree filling the distance. The leaves on the tree fall in a warm, gentle breeze that make a dance of colors. The last horizon is a sea filled with dark ichor in lieu of water, thick as jelly and has the scent of death upon it. On the edge of this view is an island with a ramshackle hut sitting in the middle. You feel, Craig, as a storm at your back pulls violently against you, and all the different paths before you begin to call for you.
Looking back at the storm for just a moment, he just kind of sighs to himself. It was always just about making a choice. And then he starts to steer towards the stars.
You feel as that voice in the back of your head begins to thrum and shatter your brain. No, he's mine. He's only just begun. You feel as drums begin to rapidly play inside of your head, and you feel a boom, 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 as your heartbeat gets louder and louder, and your chest almost feels to crack as a sickness overtakes you. You keel over and begin to vomit violently. A stream of thick red fluid pours out of you until you see a chunk of meat of the bite of you took out of DM falls upon the floor. It slithers and squirms in the fluids until whatever energy keeping it alive fades and it begins to wither and die into a dried husk. You start to feel good for a moment until it feels like small little ants are all crawling deep underneath of your skin, just below the surface. Your skin crawls and stretches and squirms all around you as it begins to burn and feels like your skin is stretching and trying to tear apart. You fall to the ship and bend and snap as your bones begin to break and reform. It feels like an eternity as your body writhes in pain. And before you, as the pain becomes the pinnacle, you hear both a male and female voice of gentle and calm beckoning you in unison. The female on your right and the male on the right and the left in unison. Come to me, child. I shall shepherd you along the path of your new life.
He doesn't even think about it. It's the woman was to the right.
As you reach out for one of the voices, the pain overtaking your body becoming too much, and you pass out. You awaken as you see a stunningly beautiful woman with hair as dark as the night sky, with small gems almost reminiscent of stars strewn in her hair. She turns and looks at you, and her eyes remind you of ever-shifting constellations. A gown seemingly made of moonlight ocean drapes across her flawless ivory skin, and a corset of stunning stars adorns it. As she looks directly at you, you're almost blinded as a single gem atop her crown glows intensely. And when you look up at the night sky, you see that the brightest star is no longer there. Hello, Crag, and welcome to my court.
Hello?
I know this.
He bows very deeply because she said my court.
Comes over to you and looks at you. You may rise.
He does so.
I know you must be confused, but my name is Anfera. I am the queen of the Court of Stars, and I welcome you.
Forgive my forwardness. Why am I here?
I don't know how you became here, but I heard your soul through the veil, and I felt you wanting to be welcomed within my court.
The stars, yeah.
Seems you are troubled and seem confused. What can I do to relieve you of that?
Well, your Majesty, is that right? I've never met a queen before.
You, for now, can just call me Anver.
Okay, Miss Anfera. Pardon my language, but I think I fucked up.
She looks at you. Do you look her in the eyes?
Yeah.
She looks at you directly. The swirling constellations almost make like a Milky Way as you feel a rush of energy cascade through your body. She looks at you deeply, almost as if through you. Poor child. Seems that what you were and what you are now, though are still tied together, are drastically different. She will guide you to the edge of the boat.
You go along with her.
As you look into the water, it takes you a moment to recognize yourself, as many of your features have begun to change. Your skin color, your facial features, and your overall you have altered in many different ways. I don't know if you were expecting this or wishing this, but you are now. She will point up and you will see in the sky a very similar moon. The one that only shows every so often within the realm of Valencia. You will see the Tulamine moon. And while in this night sky of Valencia is quite twice the size of your normal moon of Amnis, this one here just fills the night sky to the point where you feel like if you reached off the side of the boat, you could touch it. Though in body you are not here, your soul is now tied to this of the realm of the Fade. She will reach out and try and touch you, and as you feel like she tries to touch you, just the energy, the overwhelming energy of her passes right through you.
Okay, I think I understand that. Sorry, this is a lot.
I know. But I've seen your strife, and I've seen your troubles. And she will look down at the symbol of Nataldian, the one that your father crafted for you. This woman of the ocean has given you so much strife and caused you so much resentment. She has never fully accepted both sides of you. You feel the boat start to shift and push once again. You hear the rolling thunder begin to flash once again. As the wind picks up around the boat, the storm begins to rage on the cusp of the vessel. And even though the storm is raging, the boat still continues its course as if sailing along calm waters. She will smile at you, her eyes always ever shifting. If you promise to serve me and my court, I will give you all that I can. I would welcome you as my champion. While you will have freedom and my blessings, I do have 2 requirements. In 1 year's time, you must attend the banquet of the seasons. There you will be my escort, and you will also bring me something that you believe would be deemed worthy of thanks for all of my blessings. And 2, going forward, you must accept as I do both sides. She points at the raging storm. And the calm waters.
By accept, you mean...
By accept, you promise to be a part of my court as one of my subjects.
And the other side?
Both sides are you.
I don't know if you have, all due respect, the proper frame of reference for why I am the way I am about certain things. Okay, so I'm just gonna start talking, and you can stop me when I've said enough. What I am ain't good. I'm not supposed to fucking be, really. Again, pardon my language. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't be not here, but here in reference to alive. Really, it's kind of fucked up what my folks did to me, but that's between you and me. So I don't, I can't, I shouldn't I shouldn't accept what I am. That half of it, anyways. He just kind of slumps, like, fuck, man, that's, like, it's just hitting him how awful that train of thought is, but it's the only one he's ever had.
She, though not able to touch you, runs her hand along your arm up, and you will see the scarring, the veins, the glowing, the sickly color that normally is there starts to turn into a bluish hue of light, almost as if lightning, and matches the color of the large moon in front of you. What is inside of you? It's a part of you. But what you use it for is what makes you who you are. People may have told you to push it down, to not accept those things, but in my court, everyone has gifts to be used in service of the court.
Okay. I will do my best to do as you have asked.
I will tell you as I've seen. She looks at you in your orcish features. You remind me of a race splintered off long ago from our phase ones, though I have not seen your kind in our realm for aeon. Your blood is able to adapt, as that race once adapted to us and to many other places as well. As your blood is now, well, it's adapted. She kind of shows you the visage in the water once again. And maybe you can help the rest of your kind adapt and move forward on a different path.
I will do what I can. I can swear that to you.
Well, that is all I can ask for, my champion. Now please do not bow at this time, and rise.
He does so. He is like, his hands are shaking.
She leans in very close, whispering right into your ear. Now go. Remember, 1 year's time, you are to be my escort. You must find your way back to me, your queen. And 2, bring me a gift worthy of all the blessings I will bestow upon. And you feel as she kisses your cheek, and energy overwhelms you. And you wake up. And that is what she looks like.
I think immediately he's pulling his gloves off. Like he went to sleep fully clothed.
Yep.
It's as it was? Or as it is now?
As you look up, the scarring, the energy running that runs up your arms to your shoulders is now a bluish, crackling hue. Always shifting just slightly between a bluishness and a pure white. Upon what is now a very dark skin.
Is there a mirror in the room where I can just reference check that I see again what I saw there?
There is.
Okay, spectacular. Can I... This is a weird question because the windows lead to imaginary places. Can I get the sense of how long I've slept?
You cannot.
Okay, very cool. Deanne's still sleeping, right?
He is undisturbed.
Okay, yeah, very cool. I think... and this is just like the consequences of how incredibly overwhelmed he is in this moment. Once he has confirmed that, like, what he thought had happened, he's gonna sit down against the door again. Don't think he's gonna try to fall back asleep, but he is just going to sit there. You're muted, Grim.
And with that, you just sit and relax and ponder, looking over your new visage. The rest of the group, as you all wake up in your room, the dreams of the night before, you all do not recall them. You all wake up feeling as you've lost something important, but you can't remember what.
Who maybe wakes up when? Who's up first?
Normally, Reyna would be the one to wake up earlier than all of you, but Reyna, you'd all be waking up at the exact same time.
Exact same time, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that wild? Does Stoke move when she wakes up?
Stoat's probably very sleepy and cold feelings. She's just trying to snuggle in wherever it's the warmest.
And we're cuddling, right?
Oh yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So when
She's got her like ice toes tucked between your thighs.
all right, cool. So the thing is this cat is eating. So the thing is, Compton, when he wakes up, he feels that loss, right? He understands he's lost something, but he's also very, very happy and excited that, like, he is him again. And I think that if he feels stoked trying to, like, burrow in, he's going to, like, Florida.
Aww.
And he'll probably just, like, take a deep breath. And I know.
Yeah.
Look, that's the thing, is he knows. But it's just like, for the past day, 2 days, he's kind of not had any of this experience, right? He's been stuck inside just watching it. It's like so far removed. Yeah.
Roll me a perception check.
Oh shit. 19?
You
18.
you take in a deep breath, and as you do, just like this refreshing cold air gets sucked in with you, and you notice just for a second before it melts away a very thin layer of frost on the open areas of Stoat's skin.
All right. That just causes like a doubling down of the I'm gonna warm you Like, and he's awake. He's clearly awake, but he doesn't want to get up because he's just kind of happy in this moment. It takes him back to like being at home, and so he's uncharacteristically going to wait until other people rouse before he starts signaling that he's awake.
If I'm waking up at the same time, will I notice that these guys are awake, or because they're still snuggled up, will I think that they're sleeping?
You snuggled up beside these people, sleeping very closely for quite some time, and you have a very high passive perception. So I would believe you know that if they are not awake at this very moment, they are on the cusp of rousing.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm going to just, like, gently put my hand on Compton's shoulder to see if he's responds.
You'll get that like pressure back. You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He's not gonna say anything because in his mind, Stoat's asleep, and he's
right.
like, I don't want to wake up the kid, right? So
Yeah.
like so he just kind of like leans back into you a little bit. Yeah.
Okay. I'm just gonna whisper then, I guess. Hey, are you okay?
Yeah. No, I'm fine. What? Yes. Am I not supposed to be fine?
No, you are. You just, like, fell asleep while we were dancing.
Yeah. No, that had happened. Yeah, no, that happened. I'm sorry. Maybe can we talk after Stoat wakes up? I don't want to wake up.
Look. She says,
shit.
She's like,
well, good morning to you.
Why didn't we sleep by the fire? It's so cold outside.
Well, we're not outside. That's part of it. And I'm not that cold. Are you trying to tell me I sleep cold?
Gets up, tries to get her bearings.
I know I'm not cold because I'm wearing my pants. Compton will just kind of sit up and like stretch in the lounge. Like, man, you think they got coffee?
Probably. No, actually, no. They probably don't. The coffee comes from plants.
Oh. Yeah.
I know. It's okay.
Yeah.
Compton.
What? Yeah.
Stoat's looking straight at you. What would you call me?
Scary. What's the answer?
You were really weird before, but you kind of...
Okay, right. Oh, so let's just go ahead and beat around the bush. I was going to try to have a conversation. The best laid plans, right? They say something about it. Maybe, do you think there's a lot to say and it's real important, and in all honesty, I feel kind of bad about it, but maybe we can grab Craig so I don't gotta, say it.
Yeah, we should see how he's doing, because he might be, she's trying to give you guys the, that.
Does that mean he's having relations with Deanne, or do you mean that he got killed? Because I don't know what you're referring to, but either of those is kind of an interesting outcome.
He might have an appetite this morning.
Oh shit! You think he ate Deanne? I mean, honestly, problem solved. Think about it like this: if he done just ate Deanne, taxpayers aren't putting them up in prison, right? I mean, we're doing the economy a favor. He's just taken care of. The guy's a dirtbag anyway, so fuck it. Am I wrong? I don't think I'm wrong. Stone, I'm fucking with you. I don't think he ate the.
Okay. Okay.
Also, I'm gonna just say this so we can hurry this up. I wasn't me for the past 2 days. So, can we find Craig so we can have this conversation? Because it kind of fucked me up a bit.
I'm not.
But
Yeah. No, I know that exact feeling. The one I figured it elicited the response I wanted. Well done. Let's. I don't have to put my pants on. We're ready to go. We can just. Where's my bag?
hang on. Just a sec. Raina, having woken up with this feeling of loss that she's felt before, is for the first time going to walk into her portion of the room and just kind of do a slow circuit and touch the windowsill looking out.
And as you look out the windowsill, you see the forest before you, the bright lights of the day sky, the canopy. Well, where you are, you see the bright sky, the blue, the clouds. The sun has risen. It's still early day, but you see the visage of the outside world instead of the forests of your home.
Raina, I feel both relief and disappointment in seeing that it's not what Stoat saw the night before. So seeing that she's just going to leave it behind and come and rejoin the rest of the group.
Before you do that,
Mm-hmm.
if you go up and you start staring out of the windows, Compton hasn't looked around this room, so he's looking around. He's like, "Oh, that's interesting." He's gonna come up behind you, and over your shoulder, look out the window too.
Ooh.
So when you turn around, you just bump into him.
Oh.
Sorry. Well, I just what are we looking at?
Well, you missed it because you fell asleep downstairs. But last night, Stoat was looking around. She was saying that it was that the windows were showing different views based on our room, our pasts.
Wait a second. Like, he gets super excited. You're telling me this room is magic? Like, I could see up. I'm going to run to my window. What's it look like out my window?
As you look out the window, you see the top of the trees of the forest. Down below you, a bright blue sky with clouds and the daylight sun shining. Looks like you're at the top of a tall tree.
God
Yes,
damn it.
Freyna will have followed you over to that window. And yes, Stoat was saying that there was like a town out there yesterday.
You got to look out. You saw a town out the window?
Yeah. Well, no, I didn't. But
and I'm going to look around the room. Does this room look kind of familiar to me?
It looks like the room that you wish you had when you were a little kid.
Like my dream room?
Yeah, like the nice wall filled with all different type of books that your parents could never afford for you. A nice place where you could just sit and read all day.
Wait, you're telling me you got to see Stillwater? You synced out the window to some Stillwater? Stoat, is that what you're telling me?
Stoat's moved over to her side of the room that has the little fireplace, and she's been checking over her knives and stuff, trying to warm up. I mean, there was like kids crying in the street, and it was.
I'm not jealous, and I hate this place. Can we go now? Or we could stay another night. You think if we stay another night, I could see something? Because that'd be cool.
I think that would be ill-advised given the cost of this night.
What was the cost?
We had to lose some memory, right?
You don't know what the cost was.
Well,
Oh,
well,
we
I
have
don't
no
remember that
recollection of the
conversation.
deal?
They take the memory of the payment to. Holy shit!
Oh,
That's
geez.
This is
fucked up.
scuffed.
That's messed up.
All right,
no.
all right. Look, there's a bunch of shit we got to manage. Maybe here's a thought: we
They're
pack
gonna
up.
double dip and get gold too.
We're gonna pack. No, we're gonna pack up. Let's get the fuck out of here. Are these books? Can I keep these? I'm gonna grab one of these books. Do they come off the wall?
Yep.
Hey, Stoke,
Yep,
where's
they're
that
tangible.
bag? Let's get them in the bag.
What?
It's like
And-
the towels. They expect you to take them.
Are you looking at them?
I might look
I
at
can pull
a yeah, like I'll look at one, but my intention is to get as many of these fucking books as I can.
Yeah. The ones that you noticed, they're all titles that you read before.
Oh, that's still cool. I want them all. Look, it's a collection. Let's go. Stone, I'm gonna read you so many fucking books. This is gonna be great.
Still holds up the bag for you to start shoveling them in.
That's 1 and 2 and 3. This one's got a typo on page 262.
Raina's gonna go over, grab a huge stack of them, and throw them all in at once.
Oh,
All
that's fast.
All right, is that good? Let's go.
Man, y'all
Can we
got to
keep
stay
the
in
animal
that room?
skins too then?
Why not?
I mean, oh my god. This bag is so cool. Stoat runs over to the corner and starts shoveling things down.
Bro.
MJ would be so proud of us.
Rest in peace, Banksy.
He didn't die.
No, I'm just saying, it's MJ is
Don't
not
know that.
Banksy. We're never gonna have MJ gone. All right.
And they all head out the room.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Who's the first head out the room?
I'll go first.
Oh, touch
As
the
you
door.
open,
Yeah.
as soon as you open the door, it's just like the sun of the day is just flashing in the room at like full beam, as you can't really see past the doorway. You're blinded for a moment, and you step forward almost instinctually. Craig, as those three head out their room, did you sleep at all last night?
He tried to.
Okay. Easy enough.
That's a very scary question, Graham.
No, it's just asking if you slept.
Yeah, no, he made the attempt.
You wake up in the morning and you see Deanne is sitting on his bed, just staring at you.
Morning.
Hey there, buddy. Don't remember you.
You do, though. You just don't see me in the morning.
Looks at you, hears your voice with a twinge. Craig?
Yeah, that it is still my name, yeah. Listen, I'm gonna tell you, I know. So what we're gonna do is, because you're gonna be sitting in on the conversation anyways, you're gonna wait to hear the explanation until we're eating breakfast.
I just know I'm going somewhere. I don't. And he just says a hand up and down, looks and goes, this? I don't need to know what's going on with this. I don't even want to be a part of this.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's it. You don't worry about it none. Can you promise me that you won't just fuck off while I'm like getting ready? Cause I got some stuff I gotta do real quick.
Sits down on the edge of the bed. Does it mean I get to stay out of the shackles for a little longer?
Until we leave the room, yeah.
He gets up and he starts playing the piano.
Very nice. And as he, with that backing music, he's gonna make some alterations to his outfit, put away his symbols, and just as he's finishing packing up, he will take that crystalline boat off of the shelf, and so carefully, because he remembers now that he's seen it again, that the one that his father had made for him, he'd broken, being careless. So he very delicately lays it on top of his things in his bag.
All right. Do you keep your mace normally on you, right?
I keep them all nearby.
Your mace is not in the room.
Well, that's concerning. I think once he realizes that, he's just kind of looking around. He stares at the end for a good 30 seconds, just seeing if there was anywhere he could have hidden it. Hey, buddy.
Yeah.
You seen my hammer anywhere?
I woke up and I was just staring at this.
No,
I didn't move.
You could stand to be nicer about this. It's a very... I'm changing. I don't know what's going on, really. I could use some support from a friend.
Orcish puberty, I guess, must be
wildly. You came at 26.
It's all right. No, I haven't seen any of your stuff. Your stuff was all in the corner. I kept here. I really like not being in these, so I'm trying to be on my best behavior. And he did with the keys.
God damn it! Fuck's sakes. Okay.
I'm charming when you talk to me.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. Okay. I don't. What the fuck? No, because I was at the door. Tallest couldn't have come in. Fuck's sakes. But it's just gone, okay? Fuck it, I guess I don't have a weapon. I'm just gonna... Wait. The sword is still around, right?
The sword is still there.
Okay, well, fuck, I don't know how to swing that thing. This fucking... Oh, God damn it, I still have to go through the fort. We'll figure it out, There's a lot going on. I cannot have this fuck up my day as well. It'll come back to me in time. It's just gonna, and he snaps his fingers, and it will be there. And I know that, And
as soon as you snap your fingers,
okay. He's just gonna look up at the ceiling. I was joking, but okay. Thank you. Thank. Oh. Okay. I don't understand this, but I think I get it. And he'll snap his fingers again.
Fierce.
Spectacular. Man, I wish I could snap. Yeah, sure, fuck it. That's just another thing to add to the pile, I guess. You seen that? I'm not just going crazy, am I?
You see, he just looks back at you as you're doing this, turns around his piano, and just starts playing again. He does not want to be a part of whatever this is.
Incredible. Okay, so what we're going to do... I don't think they can come up to the room, actually. I'm going to give you another 10 minutes. Then I'm going to put the shackles back on. I don't see a point in the blindfold. And, I'm going to be watching you, and if you start talking gibberish or nonsense, or like you're talking to somebody that ain't there, I'm going to cut your fucking tongue out. So I don't see any point in the gag either. And oh no, Grim has perished. Oh, he's back.
Oh, we can talk about anything.
No, he's already back. He's returned. So if you start talking nonsense, it's gonna cut your tongue out, etc. Not gonna chain your legs, because again, if you run in the forest, you will die. And at that point, you're not my problem. So we're just gonna go down as we are now. Gonna put the shackles back on you, and yeah, it'll be good. We'll eat breakfast.
All right.
Okay, I need you to level with me.
What?
He's gonna sit down in the chair that's next to the piano. I don't look like too much of a freak, do I? It's important that you be honest with me.
A freak, I would say. Looks at you. Unique is definitely what I'd put it.
Unique is just a nice word they use for freaks.
No, it's just how do I say it? Almost looks like you're a never seen. Well, I've never seen one. Never even heard of one, but almost like a mixture of an elf and an orc. Craziness. Didn't think those two could mix.
In oral. That's not good. That's fine. We'll workshop it. Could you
I'm
just
not
give me your
workshop.
hands?
This is
I'm
once
talking
again.
me. We is me in this case.
All right.
I will.
What?
That don't matter.
All right. No, I appreciate it if I don't got to do the shackles or anything like that. That'd be great.
No, you do need to do the shackles. The shackles at a minimum because really I should have you fully trussed up again. But we're all going through a lot right now. So I'm just gonna shackle you and walk you downstairs.
All right.
And he shackles him and walks him downstairs.
And as you open up the door, you are met with the very bright day of the sun, blinding as you pass through the doorway. And all 5 of you are outside.
Like on the ground?
On the ground.
I feel like I know the answer, but is the tree there, Grim?
As you turn to look at the wayward wanderers in, the door's no more, and the windows that once laced the entirety are nothing more than knots in the tree. The half-log bench still resides beside the massive tree, but any signs of this being anything other than a respite have disappeared, and your horses and wagons are sitting outside.
Oh, good.
Compton stares at this fucking tree, and his face just turns into that of just anger and disappointment and goes, I missed all the fucking magic tree. All of it?
What?
That's
You
fucking
were
cool.
there.
We're going. I'm done with this shit place. I didn't get to see any of the motherfucking magic tree. Okay.
Is that
Check in with us.
Is that old man still on the bench?
The old man is gone.
Okay, good.
Was
But you
he
do
ever there?
see, you do see as you all look around, there are many different wagon tracks, horse hooves, all heading in different directions, both northwest and southeast, as one trail going in the one way of the path, the other's going in the opposite direction of where you already came from.
How the fuck am I supposed to be like, this isn't an enjoyable experience anymore, y'all? I synced it through the windows. The wall came out, turned into a table. I synced that there was a guy that was 2 guys, but really he was 1 guy. The stairs went up the side. I thought I was going to get to experience it a little bit this morning, and I didn't get to do none of it.
Yeah, my room had a window to still water. I saw the plaza
I
just like
heard-
it was in the house I grew up in.
I heard that mine had one too.
Are you still staring at the tree in dismay, or have you looked at Crag?
I'm
whenever
still
they
in
see
dismay.
Frank-
I'm still in dismay.
Still in dismay. Okay.
I will look at Craig. What does he look like now?
Yeah, Sto's looking at
So,
Craig.
what all of you see standing there is you kind of look where Crag's head usually is, but you find that you have to keep going up another good 6 inches as he now stands 7 feet tall.
Oh, dang.
What?
Dark gray skin, still very similar hair. It's black down to like just below his shoulders, but when he turns his head to look, there's the slightest blue sheen when the light hits it just right. He also has pointed ears. Just there now. Looking further down, you can see he's wearing his robes, but the sleeves have been removed, revealing these veins that run up his arms all the way up to his shoulders, pulsing blue. He still has his tusks, just as he did, but now his eyes are solid, bright white.
Do you still look like your build? Like, has your build changed at all?
He is stretched upwards, but not outwards. He doesn't seem any bulkier, but he is taller.
Has anybody like exclaimed, made any
Yeah.
notice of this shit?
I think that Raina had been looking at the tree until Craig spoke, and then I looked over at you. I had just opened my mouth to talk about something, but that is gone. And I'm just like, what the fuck happened to you?
Oh my god, Compton, he absorbed all the magic!
I turn and look at him. What the fuck is that? When did we
Okay,
get a new
well,
guy?
rude. Just gotta say.
Oh shit!
Fucking goddamn it! And he looks at Deanne.
More?
You
What?
told me I didn't look like a freak.
Hold on, wait a
And
second.
the way
Fuck.
everybody here's reacted, it seemed like I look like a freak. Also, Deanne is not blinded or gagged. He's just shackled.
He's just waving.
Wait.
He's fine. It's fine. He's fine.
Did he do this to you?
But
He looks at Deanne.
But like, puts the surrender. I was just as surprised as the rest of you all. When I woke up, I stared at him until he woke up. Afraid he'd kill me.
I don't fucking blame you. What is happening?
Compton looks at the tree, at Crag, at Deanne uncuffed, the tree again, back to Crag, to Raina, to Crag, to Stoke, to Crag, and then does that thing in the Iron Giant where Dean just pours out his coffee and walks into the house. He just walks to the cart and sits the fuck down.
Roll me wisdom saving throw.
Oh no.
16
Back in the box.
minus 15.
15. Roll me a d4 minus 2.
Oh jeez.
2.
2. You take 2 points of psychic damage as you just like your brain implodes on itself.
You sit down and he's mumbling. He's like, "The fuck? I mean, like, I'm gone for 2 fucking days, and all this shit just happens. I missed all the good magic. Craig turns into some. I don't even know what the fuck that is. His mama gonna be fucking mad. I don't even know what the fuck happened. I got a little bit of a dance. I passed out. He's just fucking ranting to himself, sitting on this fucking cart, just."
Despite the drastic change to his whole shit, Craig seems weirdly happy. Hey, do y'all want to see a trick I learned I can do?
No, well, come here. Stoat's trying to get you to bow down and bring your head closer, and
he will do that.
She kind of grabs you on the sides of your face, and she just stares into your pure white eyes. Does she see anything? Any pupil, or is it just light? Is it?
Are you staring for a very long time?
Yeah.
Stare like real close, pull him in, and when like the shade of a tree goes over, his eyes kind of shimmer with a bluish hue on them, and you see like little bing, 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 almost like little bright blue lights start to pulsate, just like little flecks of stars in the night sky.
Was it the apple? Is it because you ate the apple?
No, I'm pretty sure it's not the apple.
Your eyes got shimmery when you ate the apple.
Did they?
For a short moment. Not like this, though. This is... She just tries to, like, move your lips a bit, and...
He just stands there.
I know.
Okay.
And Stoat, are you looking over him like head to toe, pretty much?
Yeah, like, she's trying to... She just wants to know what it is. What is it?
As you're looking over him now that he has his sleeves off, you notice a very similar pattern of the pulsing energy almost running through the veins as it runs up the arm. You've seen this type of pattern on arms, but the last time you saw it, it was like a sickly reddish yellow glow. And you would remember that was on the shaman priest, the orc warlord, the Bunar.
What happened? What happened to your arms?
The same thing that happened to the rest of me.
Craig's, though, in coloration and the way they radiate, it's not a sickly glow. It's like a calming, rolling storm almost.
And do you feel all right?
Yeah, I'm not hungry, am I?
No, you feel full.
Yeah, I mean, I feel pretty much how I used to, more or less. A little happier generally, but I don't know if that has much. Well, it does, but I'm getting off track. I'm fine. There is an explanation. I don't know if any of you will find it satisfying because I don't have a full explanation myself. But it is fine.
Okay, and you're sure this wasn't because of the apple?
You know what? The apple wasn't mentioned. I will ask next time.
Ask who?
Who?
Well, that's the thing is I need to do this with everybody here, so let's go to the wagons. But before we do that, do you want to see the cool trick I learned I can do?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
he stands up straight, snaps his fingers.
And now that you evaporate the mace, though, in the daylight and not in the room, the swirling, almost starlight energy is not there. It just looks like a very ornate hammer now.
Well, that's cool.
Eh,
Convenient. You don't have to carry it around. Where does it go?
Again, that's one of those questions I don't have an answer for, but at the next possible moment, I will figure it out.
All right. Well, let's get the fuck out of here. Yeah?
Yeah, let's do that. We should leave the forest. This place sucks.
Stoat's running back to the cart. She's just, Compton, guess what?
Enlighten me, please, because I need more already. It's, we just woke up. What? Stop.
You should see Craig's new trick. It's super cool.
Like, wait, what kind of trick? He can hit somebody harder again?
He does a magic. It's
Oh, shit. Craig got new magic?
Oh, he got yeah.
Oh,
but it's a cool new magic. Not like one of those creepy, like a cool one.
What do you mean creepy magic? What are you trying? Okay. All
Some
right.
magic's not so good. Don't like all the magic.
Magic is okay, Stoat. It's about how it's used. But I mean, I do want to see a new trick if it's magic. Honestly, though, I'm a little taken aback by the whole thing that's happening. He's so tall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, he was much taller than you before, and now there's the height disparity is. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. He's for sure taller than you now.
Well, I mean, you didn't have to say it like that. I bet you he's happy that he's taller than Luna Dream, though. I bet you. Hey, Craig, you happy you're taller than Luna Dream?
I hadn't thought about it, but it is pretty sweet.
I thought
He like has an arm around Zian and is leading him back to the wagon.
Right, so what's this guy doing outside the manacles and whatnots?
I got him shackled. He points to the shackles.
His mouth is open, right?
Yeah. The shackles are the only binding he has on him.
So I'm gonna look at him. I'm like, all right. So just so we're clear, I ain't got nothing against you. I mean, nice to meet you. My name's Compton Weller. I don't think we met. Have we met? Maybe. Besides the point, here's my thought. You start saying something you shouldn't, I'm gonna put this hand right over your mouth and put a firebolt right in it. Okay? So just don't do that. Okay.
You're muted.
Grim, you're just not saying nothing. All right, I get it. That's good. You're miming effects.
Oh, hey, you're all very violent people. And he just steps up into the wagon with the shackles, sits down in his spot where he remembers he's been the whole time.
Yeah,
and
as he moves away, I'm gonna feel like to Compton and be like, yeah, I told him I'd stab him. That was the only way I would give him a dagger yesterday. So now we're kind of 2 for 2 in the
You also murdered most of my friends.
Yep, and
Pick better brand.
Yeah, you tried to murder ours.
To be fair, you attacked us first.
Are we doing this? I'm gonna fucking kill him.
We can't do this. But also, to his point, I did first thing this morning threaten to cut his tongue out. So he has a point.
You know, you'll
I'm
get
done
used
now.
to it.
We do it because we love you, Dan.
Look, we're consistent, and that's really all that matters. Look, we've got a lot to talk about. Craig, I apologize for the way I acted when I first had seen you. I was taken aback. There's a lot going on. My news feels like it's less important now. So
Yeah, but you do have to explain some things that you've said in the last 20 minutes.
I know. I know.
So, I can do a trick, and it's a bit of a mood lightener. You want me to do that now?
Can I see it?
After.
Can we see? No, I won't see it.
Show him your trick.
Yeah, cool. And he snaps. The ball appears.
That's not. Look at that shit. Can you make it go away?
Yeah, I just...
Oh, shit. Can you make it come somewhere else? Does the guy come to your hand, or can you make it like just show up? Put it on the cart. Can you do that?
He's going to focus very hard on the cart and snap.
Hands in your hand.
Yeah, no, it's just kind of one trick.
What about this one? What if you just chucked it with all your might, and as it was flying out, you made it disappear, and then does it come back into your hand?
Try it.
Okay, yeah, I mean, it's kind of heavy. It's hard to throw, but okay.
Throw it at the tree.
Wait, did you lose your strength? I don't know if that was a good trade-off.
No, I'm still... And he, flexes. You can see his arm now.
Okay,
no,
I show off. I didn't buy a ticket.
Okay, whatever, fuck it. And he just fucking chucks his maul at a tree.
Alright.
Before it hits anything, he snaps.
By the time it hits a tree, it thunks in?
Before it hits.
He can't do it that fast.
God damn it. No, that's fair, because it's an action to... Yeah, no, you're right.
But still, okay, so now that it's over there...
Yeah, can you bring it back?
Now snap.
Yeah, I mean,
Snaps. Gone. Snap again. It's back.
Oh
yeah, I mean, it's just... And he just snaps
Here's the thought. What if we just tie it to Reyna?
I don't think that's how that works.
Okay.
Do you think I could learn how to do that with my arrows? Because that would be really convenient.
You know what? I will... I could talk to somebody and see if we can get that sorted. I don't know, actually.
Compton's gonna look up at the sky. Is there any way to tell what fucking time it is? Because I know
roll an intelligence check.
Trees and shit. Intelligence. Oh shit! 21.
21. When you were looking outside the window with Reyna, it looked like very early morning. Now, as you're sitting here, it probably looks about midday.
All right, y'all. Look, as much as there's stuff we gotta talk about, we're losing light, and I don't want to be here.
Yeah, let's get going. Hey, Compton.
Yeah.
Will you ride in my wagon today? Because it was kind of lonely by myself yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
No, for sure. That sounds good. Can we have some whiskey? Because I've heard it's tasty.
Yeah. Maybe you can also explain that.
You want a quick rundown? Because we're going to have to get into it in depth, but just to let y'all know. Hey, Craig. Do we still call you Craig? Because you don't look like the same guy that picked Craig as name. Like, now you look like an Elliot.
Okay, so...
Theodore.
No, it's not any of those.
Farquaad.
I will say if Craig... if saying Craig is hard for you, you can just go back to Morgan, and if I figure I want something else, I will figure something else out. Until then, to folks we don't care about, it's Craig. To fancy folks, it's Morgan. Same as it ever was. Y'all can call it whatever you want. I don't really care. We can... I don't... You know what's fucked up? Just to give a bit.
Yeah.
I don't know what I am. Like now. I knew what I was, but I don't know what I am now.
I'm gonna stare at him. And this is not just to see him, but to really try to dissect him. Any of the stuff in any of the books I've seen? Any of the markings, any of the shared features, any of it.
Roll me a history check.
15 plus. Holy hot shit. What's 15 plus 8? 23? 23.
Yep. Right off the bat, the etchings on his arms are reminiscent to a passage you read about the research of the orcs from the Crimson Waste. You would also, looking at his features, the elongated ears, very much matching like Raina's now. So he has like these weird elven features combined with his orcish features. The now like completely whited out eyes and the very dark skin. You've read in of dark elves in the past. Ones that have been either underground or ones that are just pure magic in nature. You've read they're like the boogie tale stories in books and history documents, ones that haven't been seen for a very, very long time. He seems like a weird combination of a bunch of different type of species, all just like jammed together. He's Craig. He looks like Craig, but he's been disproportioned and looks like another something has been spliced into him.
He's been transformed and hue shifted. Okay.
Yeah.
Just a point of clarification. When you say dark elves, are we talking like underdark dark elves or like night dusk elves? Like what's the
with it? With your 23 year researching, you would recall that there are the drow, which are dark elves, like those type of dark elves. He has some resemblance to those, and he has what are called shadow elves.
Okay.
And those are entities that are very, very like those ones are like the drow are boogeyman stories. The shadow elves are like those mystical, magical nighttime stories of elves that appear within the moonlight and just disappear as quickly.
So my player brain can wrap my head around this. Is this like the Shatter Kai? Or no? That says no. Like the shadow elves, is it kind of like in line with that shadow realm? It's not of this plane; it's of another.
It just with you would be stories on there, like research documents, because the existence of like other realms and everything like that is not very well written or documented.
Okay, all right. So looking at you, there's I'm reminiscing on some stuff, and I think that's good. We can start working towards a direction. My concern is we're going to roll into places, and people are going to look at you, and they're going to go, huh. And that huh ain't always going to be like a huh. It's going to be like a huh. And then those kinds of huhs are the kinds when people start like pitchforking at you. So we should probably think of how we want to address this up front, right? Like that's just a for the road kind of thought.
Yeah, well, if I'm honest, I'd take if there's a mix of huns, because yesterday I would have just been getting the kind of the pitchforking huns.
I mean, that's true, right?
You know, walking around like this.
Is giving you some time. You're right. That's all right. Okay.
Yeah, I figure if folks can't figure out what I am, instead of it being obvious what I am, it's a lot easier for me.
That's fair. All right, I'm going to tell y'all a quick story, and then we can elaborate on it a little bit, because we're going to have some time we got to move. But long story short, there was this time when I was on a boat, and there was a storm, and maybe, despite the fact that I've been on boats my entire fucking life, I still fell off of it, and mayhaps I had drowned, and then I kind of washed up on a beach, and I was alive, right? And then at the time, there was this thing inside my mind that was talking to me, and I named him Trevor because the name he gave me was kind of long, and to be honest, I just didn't really want to give it any like real effort and thought, because I thought I was a little crazy, right? And this was about 10 plus years ago. And ever since then, I've been able to do magic and whatnot. And me and him, we'll have conversations sometime and whatnot. But I've never seen him, right? Like, he was never real. Well, fun fact, apparently he can just take over my body and just be me. So, I wasn't me the last 2 days. I was stuck inside my brain. Which, by the way, that's a whole other fucking bag of worms I got to deal with. Because I realized I'm a terrible jailer. So I was stuck in my mind looking out mirrored windows at everything that was happening, screaming for help, and nobody could hear me.
For 2 days?
Yeah. Was it 2 days? It was 2 days. Yeah, 2 days.
I gotta say,
something was up.
I feel like I'm getting hung up on the wrong thing here, but for me, you
You're gonna
did
bring up
drown.
the fact I drowned. I knew it. I fucking knew
okay.
it. Yeah, no, I did. I did. No. Oh no. Fucking.
Okay, yeah, no, I don't want to. I don't want to make I don't want to make a thing of it.
Yeah,
I didn't want to. I didn't want to prod at nothing. I just man, Kane's fucking crazy. Nobody knows if half the shit he says is true, and that's so far that's the one.
And usually you can count on him being nuts because he hangs out with Jesus. I get it. I'm just saying.
Okay, so we don't have to talk about this more if you don't want to.
No, it's fine.
But there's a lot of questions. Just in
sure. I got a lot of questions. Let's go ahead. Let's just have it. Can we get some of the whiskey though? Because this is going.
We should get moving. Actually, we should do this.
Can
we do this?
we have
We're just
to
gonna yell
go.
cart to cart. Can we go side to side on this road? Is it
Okay, so here's the thought. So you take the lead. I'm gonna sit in the back of the wagon, facing backwards, and we're just gonna yell down the path, and I will convey to you.
You guys, we still gotta feed the horses, and we should stop and actually eat something this morning. She pulls out the box.
Any of y'all bring any coffee? Oh, and who grabbed my coat?
Your coat?
Yeah. I had it dropped off at the tailor. Y'all don't recall? We were supposed to be getting it mended and kind of a new one made because there wasn't much left of it. But my mama made me that.
Well, I'm sure that when we get to Shaw Garden, we can probably contact Thomas and have him send it to you.
I needed to send some letters back anyways.
Nobody might grab my coat. All right. Okay. That's fine. I mean,
I'm sorry. We had a lot going on.
No, I know. Why would you think about the thing that's important to me? That's fine. Let's go. Let's get in the way.
Well, we probably thought that you had it covered, but it turned out that you weren't you.
I wasn't me. Let's get...
I remembered that you put in an order for a coat. I thought you'd already picked it up.
Nope. That's why I'm not wearing it.
Let's go. Let's go. We can eat on the road. I'm going to go up to Justin. And I'm going to speak with the animals. And be like, good morning. Good morning, Justin.
Good morning, Raina.
You held it all together today, all right?
I am glorious.
Of course you are. And you kept these other two in line, I see.
Yes. And he glares at the one horse.
Yeah. Thank you. Listen, I feel it's important that you are aware that these apples could hurt you.
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
Okay. Do you still want one?
Yes.
Okay. Here. So she's going to slice another apple. And actually, this is my third slice.
Just mouth on the floor.
So this is the third slice of this apple, and she's going to feed it to him.
As you're feeding it, you'll hear at first everybody hears this as the horse at the one horse at the front of the wagon, the horse with no name goes, could I have some?
You know it could hurt you, right?
Yes.
And you still want a piece?
Yes.
Okay, then yes.
So one to Justin. Jesus Christ. Okay.
Justin wants a piece of apple because he doesn't care. The horse with no name wants a piece of apple because he hopes it hurts him.
Yeah.
They are not the same.
All right. And as you feed them the apples, you go and you feed one to Justin, and as you feed it to Justin, you see him chewing it down, and you get up to the horse with no name. And as you are standing there, all of you start to feel rumbling in the ground, and we'll take a break there.
Oh, god damn it.
We're gonna have to fight the big bad guy. All right, y'all. How long is this break?
We're gonna be back at 10:45.
That's
15 minutes, everybody.
15 minutes. Fantastic.
Well, 13 minutes. So.
Yeah.
Got it.
And we're back, everybody. So as you hear this rumbling in the woods, you all of a sudden see this large earth-like hand erupt from the ground and is like running through beside the path towards a tree. And in about a 20-second span, it bursts through the ground, grabs a tree, crunches it, and then you start to see it crumple it. And as you see the crumple it, you hear just an "oh," as it only lasts about 20 seconds.
Yeah.
And you guys don't notice anything from Horse with No Name.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Do you want one too? That was to seize the day. Felt like the ocean.
Kind of looks back at Just Dan. Just Dan nods, and he's like, yeah.
Fucking right. All right. I'll give him one as well.
Okay. Yeah, nothing happens to him either when he eats it.
I hate that. See, Justin, you are the best horse.
Yes. The greatest of horses.
All right, so same sort of same plan as yesterday. We're gonna follow that cart unless it goes off the path.
Yes.
If it goes off the path, we just stop.
All right.
Wait. Are you fucking talking to them horses?
Yeah.
Are they talking back to you?
Yeah, this is how I've come to terms with Justin here.
You can talk to horses.
Well, I could talk to any animal, really, but it's like a spell that my grandmother taught me. So I can just like communicate with animals. It is how I've come to mistrust some certain kinds of animals over time.
I gotta make sure. First and foremost, I gotta state. So this whole time, I've been missing all the good shit. To come back and find out that all the problems we were having in the barn, you could have just asked me about it.
Well, they don't. The problem with animals that hang around people a lot is that they learn how to lie. And I don't necessarily trust them, but I'm getting by with Justin here.
All right. Okay. Look, I'm not one to judge because...
But I do fucking hate Seize the Day spelled like the ocean, just so you know.
Wait, why do we hate Seize the Day spelled
It's a
like
bad
the ocean?
opinion.
Because he's always talking. So when I'm talking to the horses, I can understand them.
Right.
And he's always talking about kicking me. So I had Justin put him in his place.
Are you paying attention to the horses up front, Raina?
Yeah.
You hear from, I don't feel anything. Do you feel anything? And then that was Seize the Day. And then the horse with no name goes, I felt pretty good for a while there. Then like, I didn't feel anything. She jipped me. I'm going to kick her in the head.
Yeah.
I thought I sorted out that problem, by the way.
You don't know that.
Because I had a talk.
You had a very talk to talk. Yeah, he's mad about the apple.
Like, why don't you believe them? Because when I yelled at them, you know they ain't gonna kick you in the head.
Oh no, that was a horse that said that.
No, he's saying that to Raina, who has just reaffirmed her concerns about getting kicked in the head.
No, they just fucking said it again, Craig. They're gonna kick me in the head.
Why don't you
That's
just
why
punch the horse?
Craig is going to move around.
That seems not good. I'm not gonna punch a horse.
I bet you he's
Craig-
not talking about kicking you in the head. You punch him in the face.
It's fucked up. You don't need to punch him. You just got to talk to him. And Craig is going to move around to the front of the wagon, look at a horse with no name, and Seize the Day spelled like the ocean. Dead in the eyes.
And punch
Miss
him in the
Raina
face.
is a friend. We don't fucking kick friends.
Did you understand what they? I'm gonna say to them, did you understand what he said? It was a long nay.
I
Didn't
don't
like it.
I don't advocate for doing violence to horses. But
Yeah,
I
I'm
swear
not
to
gonna
God,
punch.
if you hurt Raina, I'm gonna beat both of you to death.
Oh, so it's okay for you to hit the horse, but she can't punch him in the face.
You
Yeah, I
can't
can do
punch
my
them
own
before they hit
punching.
you.
Oh, this is one of the masculine things. I get it.
If
It's
you
'cause she's a
act
woman.
first, no. If
Women
you
can't
act
be
first,
punching
you are the
horses. I
offending
get it.
party.
No, I
I
understand.
can
it
punch
has
my
it.
own damn horse.
Deanne, what the
Craig.
fuck? What do you want?
Can I? Are we moving or
Let's
no?
go. Let's fucking go. Come on.
I'm gonna set this
Fuck
motherfucker
off,
on
Deanne.
fire.
We're staying here forever.
I need to avenge what little of my honor I have left. I was saying you don't punch the horse first. Because if you punch the horse first, that justifies violence. If the
That's
horse
true.
acts first, you beat it to death.
That's true. Okay, yes.
No,
I am
let's-
not going to. I wasn't planning on it, but I'm not going to initiate the violence. We
Just
can
wanna
be
clear,
we
this isn't a
can be
misogyny thing.
All right.
cold
fine.
colleagues.
That's
It's fine.
Let's do this. Let's get in the carts. Let's start moving down the trail. Let's get the fuck out these woods. I can tell you the tale. Y'all can ask me the questions. We can find out what's going on with Craig. And yeah.
Let's go. Come on.
Easy enough. You all start loading up into the wagon. Compton and Raina on the back wagon. And Stoat, who's driving the front wagon? Is it going to be Stoat or is it going to be Craig?
Stoat, for sure.
Oh,
Craig's
okay.
sitting in the back.
All right, easy enough. Yeah.
Stoat's gonna pull one of the furs that she got from the room out of the bag, or try to
Pull it out.
line.
Not there.
It's not there.
Damn it.
My books are gone.
Oh no, they're gone, man. They didn't. She just takes a moment to try and pull everything out, and then says
I'm
stuff.
gonna burn this whole
It's
fucking
moving.
place down. We should just fucking go. I'm gonna set fire to everything as we go. If we don't leave, let's leave. I'm just so disappointed that I missed all the good shit and I'm just stuck with Deanne telling us we're going slow. Not that you're wrong, but let's fucking go. Let's
You're
go.
You're able to head out once again, pushing along the path. I need someone to roll me a d4. You know who it is.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Why
I don't even
do we
know why you say someone.
I rolled a 1.
Okay.
Sick.
You roll me a 1 and then roll me a d6.
In 1 hour, all of you die.
I rolled a 6.
Okay. As you push along the path, another lantern to the illuminated beetles spring to life. And as you are pushing through, so as one of the tree lanterns light up, you see that there looks to be a person laying beside one of the trees. You can see them in the distance, their legs just peeking out from beside one of the trees. You can't see them as of yet, but you can see their legs laying on the ground.
There's. She yells back to the rest. There's legs ahead.
Legs?
Yep. Belong to a human.
With their folks'
Maybe.
legs. Okay. You should open with that.
Wait a second. You mean like, are they attached to something, or are they just kind of disembodied lying there? And then how much leg is it? Does it go up high enough that you've got kind of like pelvis and you're connected, or is it just like two independent legs hanging out?
That's a lot of words, Compton. Do you want me to stop, or are we just gonna...
Hey! Do they respond?
They don't seem to react. If you keep going, Stoat, you're going to pass where the legs are.
Stoat slows down a bit and just wants to... You guys, remember they were talking about that thing on the road? Yeah, you think that's a problem here? Should we stop and just, Oh shit, we're stopping. stops the cart.
How long have we been going?
About 2 hours into your travel now.
Okay, sweet.
Thank God.
Good job, team.
Moving.
Stoat's getting down from the cart, and she's going to start just surveying to see. Before she approaches the body, she's just surveying to see if there's any tracks in the road. That this could be of an attack.
Yeah, roll me a survival check.
You rolled a 1 and a 6 the last time we ran into them.
Okay, well, this is good. That is a 22.
With a 22, you do notice that as you're like getting up to where the body is, there are tracks, like very deep tracks beside the path and on the path, as like someone was running very quickly and like digging into, pushing off as hard as they can to try and make as much distance as they can as quickly as possible. And especially with the 22, the thing is, as soon as like you look up, you see that there are marks in the tree of like these very long, slender claw marks. And then you see footprints, which look humanoid at one point. And then all of a sudden you see claw prints and chunks of another tree taken off. And whatever was chasing this individual was like bouncing from the trees very quickly and then lands on the ground and bounce to the tree. You could tell.
Whatever this is, guys, it's something's in the trees. She's gonna go and check out the body now.
We should not probably just keep going then.
You don't want to know
Is he
what
dead?
it's gonna.
Well, what's the point of knowing if he's dead? Like, what are we gonna do? We gonna go track this thing off into the woods? We're fucking leaving, right?
Well, if he's alive, we could just, heal him up and bring him with us.
We can find out what killed him, how it killed him.
No,
What if
I'd
it's the
rather
same
not.
Guy?
Is he dead?
Do you walk up to the body? So,
Yeah.
as you cusp around the tree, you see once again, because you had such a well survival, the claw marks just like scraped through the tree, and you look down and you see there are a pair of legs where the torso has been ripped off, and you look up in the tree branches and there is just an assortment of scattered body parts everywhere.
Ooh.
As whatever happened to this man,
Get
he has
outta
been
here.
thrown in all different directions.
Stoat hurries back to the car. Okay,
Right.
yeah, let's go. And keep your eyes peeled. Whatever it is, it's moving through the trees fast.
Yeah, I'm gonna be looking up into the trees pretty closely since I don't have to drive.
Stoat's gonna put the drawstring on her bow and make sure that she's got her arrows ready to go. And then gets the cart going.
Craig's gonna move up front to be sitting on the bench beside Stoat.
Don't you gotta watch Deanne? She says to you.
Hey, he ain't going nowhere, are you? Cause why don't you tell Deanne what you saw?
I saw legs. And if I look into the trees, you might be able to see that white thing. Body parts hanging in the trees.
Yeah, I think our good buddy Dan knows what'll happen if he tries to run.
You guys good to push the horses a bit and try to get through here quick?
Yep.
Stoat sets a faster pace.
All right. You push forward, heading deeper into the woods. You travel another about 2 hours. You don't notice anything else out of the ordinary. But as you all keep traveling, all of a sudden, you start to see as like just tons and tons of noises coming from the western side of the trail as you hear snapping, crashing, crankling, everything like that. And you see this herd of different beasts, wolves, bears, animals you've never seen before, just rushing directly towards where you all are. What do you all do?
Craig's gonna summon them all.
Instantly cast mage armor.
Yeah. Grab up on my bow, but be like, stop the carts.
Stop the car.
We'll just let them go by.
Stoat reins up. She has her bow at the ready.
And as you're all sitting there, getting ready for the fight of your life, as you see just this herd of animals of all shapes and sizes just barreling towards you, they blast through your caravan. And as they are just about to jump, and it looks like they're all about to attack you, they pounce past your caravan and run into the eastern side of the woods, just heading towards, tearing through the woods, running right past your caravan, seeming to show you as no notice.
Hey, start going. Go.
Yes,
Start,
yeah.
Start. Go. Go.
Go.
Stoat's gone. She
As
wants to be out of there.
To push off and hit the reins, you're as Earth starts to erupt, and I need everybody to roll me initiative.
Oh! Guys, it feels like it's been years.
16.
I know. Literally been since, I think,
Last year.
last year. Ooh, that's no good.
I'm gonna just roll it in
Yeah, good idea.
this thing so that it goes in proper.
Ooh,
Right, yeah, I rolled a
natural
16.
20.
Okay, I had my token selected and everything.
Here,
Oh,
just
yeah.
give me a second.
It's not a great roll though.
Oh, I didn't have a token selected.
Sorry.
Ooh, got it again.
Oh, my script isn't working. Okay.
Oh boy.
Yeah, mine's not communicating anyway, so it doesn't matter. I'll take my first roll that I did, I guess.
Sucks to everybody. I don't know why everybody isn't coming up. Sorry, everybody. Technically, it's faulty. I had a prompt that worked for this, and now it just doesn't seem to want to work. And you guys need to pick your goddamn tokens.
I'm sorry.
Good.
Selected.
Mine's not communicating.
Never.
Yeah,
Pretty
mine's
bad.
Never.
Just open your
Thingy.
character sheets in the game next time, and just as initiative,
No.
you can change it manually.
Precisely what I did.
Wait, I can go in and
Yes,
just
DM
do my
Dad.
own initiative.
It's fine. It's
Oh boy.
okay. Counting guesses.
I don't even know where the fuck the initiative is on this.
Dude, the
Oh, there it
ground
is.
is shaking. What are we fighting? This is
What are we running from? You're saying the wrong words. I ain't playing this fucking
I can
thing.
kill this thing.
I got a 22. Can you put it in? Oh, no, it put it in. Why am
No,
I? Why
then
does this? Okay.
It just okay. All right. I think I got everybody's right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Give me a second. Pull up this one.
Man, my name says Compton Weller. Why is mine the only one that has a name on it?
mine is Stoat.
Because it's yours.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't get to see anybody else.
Maybe if I click on your name, it shows it.
All right. So the first to react is Rena.
Okay. What do I see? Like, do I see anything
Yep.
definitive?
Roll me a perception check.
Okay. It's a 12.
With a 12, all you can see is that in this direction, you see that the trees are starting to break apart and split apart in every direction. Just tree falls over, tree falls over, tree falls over, coming very close to you, probably no more than 25 feet away.
I'm going to.
What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna cast Hail of Thorns.
Okay.
And hold my action.
Once you see something.
Yeah.
All right. D&D Gray is gonna I need to defend myself. Dagger, my sword, anything. And Compton.
Just so I understand the duration of this, if I cast Mirror Image, it's 10 rounds. It's 10 rounds, right?
A minute, 10 rounds. Yep, every round 6 seconds.
I think what Compton's going to do is realize that sitting in the wagon is not the place to be. So, which way is east on this map? Is it the north side? Or is it actual literal east?
You see that the rumblings coming from this direction. This is where all the animals ran.
Okay. What's the grade on this hill right here? Is it like 10 feet?
This small slope just off the side, not even 10 feet.
Oh, so I don't even have to climb it. It's just uphill?
Yeah,
Okay.
you're just be running uphill.
Did Reyna use her movement?
No.
She didn't move on the map, so she didn't move. So she's holding action. She ended her turn. It's your turn now.
No, I understand. Could I drag her, or is that an action?
Nope. It would take you half your movement.
Then I'll take whatever movement it is to get out of the cart, and then 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, up to this, like, right here on this ridge.
Yep.
And then cast Mirror Image. And so, like, if you look at Compton, his book pops out of existence again, and the pages start to, like, flipping. And you'll see that effectively just kind of off color, but matching the three primary colors that like make up the RGB, right? So these images of Compton start popping up around him, but they phase in and out. So they're not like permanent in place. They just kind of shift so that where he is doesn't actually, it's not easy to tell where he is around this mass. Yeah, that'll be his go.
All right, Stoke, you hear the rumbling. See everybody starting to head in directions.
Stoke doesn't see. There's nothing that you can actually see in the trees or anything moving.
You can roll me a perception check.
Okay. Oh, that's good. That is a perception plus 4. 22 again.
With a 22, you see starting to erupt from the earth. The earth is almost starting to form a tunnel as the dirt in the ground is rising up, getting larger and larger, and you see in just off the cusp of this road, this giant mound of dirt right in this area is starting to erupt.
It's in the ground. Something's in the ground. And Stoat is... I don't think there's really anything else I can do because I just used my action for that. So she has her arrow at the ready. And
Okay.
she's pointing out towards it.
Yep. Craig, as soon as she points it out, whoever's paying attention and pointing direction, you all see it.
Okay. Craig is going to clamber out through the back of the wagon.
Mhm.
And just as he passes the end, he's just going to like take the dagger off his hip and drop it in front of him.
All right.
Stay here. And he is going to hold an action to attack anything that pops up.
Okay. As you hold your action, you hear as the ground starts to rumble and croak, and you hear as tearing out of the ground, you see this giant elemental, like made of stone and yellowish type gems, but its features and its formation, even though just like an elemental bursting out of the ground, you see a giant like bear maw and bear claws come leaping out through the ground, rushing towards and past you. You can make your attack of opportunity as you're ready. Same with Rainy, you had prepared Hail of Thorns.
Okay.
So he's gonna get up there.
Jesus.
Ooh, that's a nat 20.
Nat 20, okay.
So that's, let's see.
And you attacked it right when it emerged here, right?
Yep.
So Craig wouldn't be in the Hail of Thorns.
Right.
Okay.
So it has to make a dex save.
Uh, 13.
Nope, that doesn't make it. So that's 4, 5.
You all see as Raina lets loose an arrow.
So that's 14 damage total.
14 damage, and as you're going in, and with Hail of Thorns, the arrows that hit it are magical effect, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Yep, goes and you see sinks into the more less jagged, stony parts of it, sinks into the more dirt part of this beast. Seems very focused on what's doing, Craig, and you have your attack opportunity.
Yeah. So, I'm going to just swing at it.
Okay.
So, what I'm going to do, because I just hit with an attack, is I'm going to pump Eldritch Smite in addition to the damage I'm dealing, which is 12. Because I'm casting Eldritch Smite at 3rd level, it is those many d8 force damage. And is this thing huge, right? Am I looking at it right?
Yep.
It is knocked prone.
Automatically knocked prone?
Because of Eldritch Smite, yes.
Okay. So as it reaches there, it'll get knocked prone. So it used 15. All right. Okay. So as you rock it in, you slam, and it shatters some of the stone inside. It lets out just another bellowing. As since it is knocked prone, it will stand up with half of its movement, and it is going to look at Craig, and you'll see like the elemental shifting form of his lower part is still like dragging through the ground, but the top part of the bear form is up, and it just rears up and does whopping slam, 1 for 12, and then another 1 for 26.
Jesus Christ. The second one hits.
And I need you to make a DC 15 strength save. And you see this creature's just like giant elemental hands just and slams down on you for 17 points of bludgeoning damage as it tries to like smother you and crush you into the ground. But you're much stronger as you're holding its paw up. That would be the end of its turn. Raina.
Am I right next to him?
Yep, you're right. You're right on him.
All right. If I misty step away, does that provoke an attack?
Nope, it's just you're disappearing.
Okay, so I'm gonna do that. It looks like she disappears in like a cloud of icy fog, and just I'm gonna pop up right here. Is that a... Okay, and then that's a bonus action, so I guess I will shoot it with my bow.
Yep.
That's a 20 to hit.
20 hits.
That's 4, but just regular damage.
Okay, 4, and as you let loose, you see like it hits and like nicks off just a little piece of one of the gems, but doesn't seem to do as much damage as you were hoping.
Yep.
All right, Deanne is going to pick up the knife and cut open the side of the wagon, and he will 5, 10, 15 shamble away in his shackles. I'll have him do an acrobatics check just to see if he falls out of the wagon. Nope, he shambles out and runs a little bit. Compton.
Does it look like Deanne is fleeing?
He looks like he ran out and he's scurrying up the hill, like scurrying up just this dirt mound. You're in heated combat. You can take your time to try and figure out what he's doing, or as far as he's scurrying out of the wagon.
Fuck. How do I roll can you roll a d2 and roll 20?
You just roll a d4 and then divide it by 2.
I broke it. It didn't do it. Okay. No,
You did it.
Okay,
Yeah, one.
thank you. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna shoot at him.
Okay.
I'm gonna say, "Hey, the fuck you going?" And I'm gonna just target him and throw. Can I intentionally hit the ground at his feet, or like?
Then you would just miss. You just wouldn't deal any damage to him.
Okay, so the intent here is to be like, "Don't fucking leave, man."
Okay.
Right.
So
So
you
I'll
roll me
still-
intimidation with advantage then.
Okay.
So you roll your attack.
Advantage. Oh, so
Yep.
roll the attack anyways.
Yep.
Okay, that's a +7. 20 on the
Yep,
attack.
Yep.
And then intimidation with advantage will be. Intimidation is +4. So with advantage. That was the first one's a 12. Ooh, the second one is a 23.
All right. Yeah. Okay.
And
Anything
then is this tree area to my east? Can I go into it? Is that like a bush or is it a tree?
Where are you wanting to head? Use the arrow, the ruler.
This
tool.
right here, is this a bush
Yeah.
or a tree? Like, can
That's
I
just a
walk
tree
through
that
it?
you can get under.
Oh, I can get under it? Cool.
Yeah.
I'm going to tuck myself, still behind Raina, but just with a little bit better line of sight and under the tree right here.
Okay.
And that'll be my go. I just kind of want to get closer to wherever Deanne's going.
Okay. Then end your turn.
Yep.
Okay. Still.
Can I see the creature from where I'm standing? Like, if I were
100%.
to,
This thing is huge.
and I
Like,
can
it
shoot
is, like,
out.
Towering. Yeah. You'll be able to see it no problem through the back of your wagon.
All right, she's gonna shoot it with her longbow.
Okay.
Natural 1.
All right. Yeah. You shoot wide as like the earth rattles again and almost shakes you off of the wagon.
Stoat just drops the bow and picks out her one of her daggers from her boot and tosses it.
Okay.
Using the quick toss. Okay, that one hits. That's 18 plus 7.
Yep.
Okay, and then it's just a D4 damage, but it's also D8. Oh, good. Okay, so that's 8 plus 3 is 11.
3 plus 11. Okay. The same effect as you shoot off. You know you made like a very strong thud, but like it just dwindles away a little bit of the dirt and almost like sinks in the arrow. You did some damage as it crumbled away, but not as much as you were hoping. At the end of your turn, it's going to use a legendary action. And
Oh no.
didn't pop up where I wanted. I had a token, but where'd it go? You see, as right beside where Raina is, letting loose the arrows, a small, like the bear punches its fist right into the ground, and a hand emerges right beside where Raina is. Of elemental hand just like reaching up and coming in. It looks like it's about to be ready for an attack. Craig.
Is he still prone or did he get up?
He got up. He got up to attack you.
Okay, excellent. I would second verse him was first. Gonna hit him. Not gonna hit him.
Nope.
Fuck it, bonus action, Hexblade's Curse.
Okay.
So he swings, goes wide, and for just a flicker of a moment is incredibly angry. Just points at the bear. And just it's very subtle, but up and down the bear's hide are little arcs of blue lightning just dancing.
Yep.
As if
start to
saying,
crack.
hit me.
And as like it's dancing around and it gets a little confused, it lets out like it rears back, takes in a deep breath, and lets out just a bestial roar. And I need everybody in a 30-foot cone, which is everybody here, to make me a DC 15 dexterity saving throw. As all of a sudden, as he like reaches down, the one hand still in the ground, lets out the bestial roar in front of all of you. This barrage of stones just shoot out of its mouth towards all of you like bullets.
I got a 16.
Do I roll 2? I can't tell if I'm in it.
Oh, yikes.
Yeah, you're in it. Yeah,
I'm in
all 3 of you are in it.
Okay, and you said it was a DC 16 dex save?
15 dexterity saving throw. Or take 33 points of damage.
18 plus 1, so 19.
Yep, so you take half that. So you would only take 16 points of damage.
Okay.
And Craig, you are going to take 33 points of damage.
So what everyone would, or anybody who could see him would see, is he takes that, almost falls over, but just barely stays standing with relentless endurance. So that just about knocked me out.
And as you see they fall, it hasn't used its movement. It jumps on now the dead, just Dan, and starts to burrow
No, just
underneath the
Dan.
ground.
Yeah.
What?
Best horse.
Would
How could you?
You would get an attack of opportunity as you
Okay.
see that like it almost is like the earth just falls apart and starts to seep under back into the ground.
God, this thing is such a fucker. I'm gonna hit it. I'm not gonna hit it.
Oh my god.
Don't hit
Nope.
it.
As you like take a swing out, you think it's there, but it just goes so quickly that it dissipates straight into the ground, and then you start to see that tunnel going once again. And it will move up. 10, 15.
Never gonna love a horse again.
So you see the tunnel is about there.
I can't see it. Where is it
I
south?
can't believe he did
Yeah.
this.
Right about there. Okay. Raina, you start to see that the earth is starting to burrow away from you. That hand is still there sitting beside you. This elemental like bear hand is like is forming up beside you.
Yeah. I'm just gonna grab my staff and whack it, I guess.
Okay.
Oh, no, I'm not. That's a 9.
No, I just swing
Yeah.
up and try to whack it. All right. Anything else?
Oh, wait, I have 2 attacks. I'm gonna whack it again.
Okay.
Oh, that was a natural 20.
All right. You find just like this little crack in the stone. You slam your staff into it and kind of like pry it. Roll for your damage.
It's a 6.
6. You crack away like one of the fingers, but still there. End your turn.
Yeah.
And as you end your turn, the elemental hand is going to go up and take a swing at you with his legendary action. For Rock Slam, 7 misses. DM just sits down on the Compton.
We gotta go. It took Dan into the hole, right?
Yep.
Oh, it's gonna
There
eat
isn't
him.
even a hole. It merged back into the ground with him.
We gotta go. Compton's gonna look at Raina and say, "Do you trust me?"
Of course.
He's gonna cast Vortex Warp and put you in the fucking wagon. And then with his movement, go 15. Slap Deanna in the back of the head to get in the fucking cart. 20, 25 into the wagon. And he's just round up and get the fuck out of here. Like, we gotta go.
Okay.
I don't know. Oh, because I'm using the wrong thing. So that'll be that, and then I don't think I have a bonus action I can use. Yeah, okay, we're good. So that'll be my turn.
All right. Stoke.
I'm not leaving without my dagger. And she's
Get it, girl.
and she's gonna run out here to go check on how much. Sorry, how much space is that? Oh fuck! I can't remember how to do it. Is it this one?
5.
Thank you.
And where are you trying to go?
Over to
Right
Craig.
there? Yeah.
So
Yep.
that would be 15. She's gonna take the 15 steps, and Craig, are you standing? Are you okay?
Just barely. He looks more fucked up than you have seen him.
Fuck. Oh my god. And is there a dagger anywhere over here?
Roll me D4. 1 to 2, it's there. 3 to 4, it is in the entity.
Come on. 3 to 4, it's in the entity? It's in the entity! Oh, dang it!
You see your dagger starting to burrow away.
Oh, I can grab it?
You try.
Am I able to? Okay, she grabs it.
Yeah, sword in the stone, that shit.
You're
Fuck.
15, and you'd have to use another 15 to get on top of the mound to try to jump on it and grab it out.
I'm sorry, guys. This is her thing. She's jumping on it and grabbing it.
Okay. Roll me strength
You
check
wanna-
as you try and pull it back.
Okay.
DC's gonna be 12.
Oh no, you guys. That's a 7. Oh no.
You try and pull back on the dagger. You slip off. You can either hold on and go with it, or you can fall off.
She's gonna let it go, and she's gonna she's gonna stay there. And
Okay.
do I have any movement left or no?
No, you're on
No,
top
okay.
of the mound as it's moving away.
That's it.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. So seeing Stoat run up, is she looking back to the cart like she's leaving?
Yeah, she's looking back at you like, he's hurt. I have to go. I can't.
Okay. He's going to just move forward. Oh shit. Whoops. Oh god.
Yeah.
He's
Where you
going to
going, my man?
move forward, grab her, and because because he innately knows these things, he's going to grab her and thunderstep into the cart. So it's just a shoop, and we're there.
Okay. Roll me for your damage for your thunder as you leave.
20.
20. So as you thunder step away, you hear from the mound a giant. As whatever you did seemed to hurt it quite a bit.
Good. We're back in the
And me?
cart. Yes, we're in the cart.
Did it hurt me too?
Island. No, because you're a friend.
You're left with you. The hand would be destroyed because it was in range. And with that, if you are all taking off on the cart,
We gotta grab Deanne. Is he gonna use his
he'll,
thing in
he'll,
the
he,
cart?
yeah, this, if you guys are just getting ready to leave, he will get on the cart.
Yeah.
Yep. So you guys all hop back on the cart. Deanne just scurries back on, and you will all see that the giant mound of dirt is burrowing back, and it looks like it's going in the direction where all the other animals were going.
Oh, fuck it, we gotta go. Who's driving? Who's up front?
Not Stoke.
It might be Compton.
It is Compton.
Okay.
Compton, pick up those reins and just whip it.
Yeah.
You're good at that.
Yeah. Yeah, we gotta go. I'm gonna start boot scooting and get the fuck out of there.
Slam on the reins. Horses take off in a flash. You hear once again, as whatever that was, the sound getting quieter and quieter, burrowing off into the distance as you all hurriedly drive away.
I'm gonna let y'all know this is an important time. You gave that horse a fucking job. And look what happened.
What was the job?
You said, Dan, make sure the other horses don't leave. You tasked the horse, which made it killable.
The horses
Don't task the animals. We've talked about this.
The horses were always fair game because they pulled the carts.
It was actually just a lot of bad dice rolls because your cart was chosen because of a dice roll. So
it's a damn good thing that we didn't have anything in there.
Yeah.
Okay. We already packed all our shit.
Once we get a couple 100 feet out, I'll slow it down so that we can fix fucking Crag.
Yeah, I'm gonna. As we're going, I see how bad Crag is. Like, I'm hurting a little. I'm hurting, but I'm not hurting as bad. And I'll cast Cure Wounds here on you.
Stoat would be.
Oh wait, actually, I'll can. Yeah, I will do.
What's everybody doing as Rain is carrying up Craig?
Stoat's digging in a bag, and she's gonna grab 2 healing potions. One to she uncorks it, passes it to you, Craig, and then she grabs another one out that she'll let you hold on to from the bag of holding.
Yeah, Craig. So you only got 6 from me.
Every point counts.
Yeah.
He will absolutely not crack that potion immediately and just tuck the other one away.
Okay. I'm taking them out of the bag of holding. So if you want to just add that to your inventory sheet.
If Deanne is up front with me, which I assume based on how he would have had to get back into the cart, Compton's gonna lean over and say, so there's a cup next to that fucking cask, and you're gonna get us a drink.
He doesn't even question it. He starts, yeah.
And Compton will talk over his shoulder and be like, y'all got your parts? Everybody got their parts?
10 fingers, 10 toes.
Fine.
More or less.
I don't have my dagger. It took my dagger.
Yeah. It took just Dan.
The horse is gone.
Fuck, it damn near took me.
We gotta go back. We gotta fight it. We can't let him get away with it.
No. So we're gonna let it go. We gotta get the fuck out of here.
Which dagger did it take, though?
It took Bear.
You do see the irony in that, right?
Yep.
I mean, I guess in like a cosmic sense, maybe it's home. Maybe it found its way to where it's supposed to be. It seems as though that might be the case. Really, I'm just trying to find a reason for you not to go commit suicide by Rock Bear.
Stoat's just silent.
God damn, that was a mean fucker.
Compton's gonna look over his shoulder at Crag and realize this is different, right? Normally you could take a little more than that, right?
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna pocket that knowledge and be like, this is something I gotta talk to my friend about because this is not safe. He was supposed to be our guy who could get hit, and that didn't go well. All right, no, all right, okay, no, this is fine. Everybody drink a little bit, just calm the nerves. Hey, were you running or were you just like saving yourself? Like, what was the intent to flee? Yeah.
No way. I saw it just bursting out of the ground right behind the wagon. The wagon was almost being thrown up by it.
Yeah, that's fair. I was just wondering, just making sure. Okay. Compton's looking fucked up too. Compton's not feeling good. He's gonna down a little bit of this whiskey and be like, look, I'll stay here and drive the cart. Maybe Craig, lay back, take a nap.
Yeah. I was gonna just tell you I need to take like 5 or 60. I need to rest.
Yeah,
Yeah,
try and get some sleep. Get him a blanket, right, in case he starts going
I
like
don't
shock.
need a blanket. Let me sleep.
Dan, can we move you? Can you get back in the? I just would rather sit up front so I can keep an eye out.
Yeah, and he moves in the back, and you see he's like handing out little whiskey type things,
Yeah,
and then he goes and sits in the very far back corner of the wagon quietly.
I don't like that.
Stoat's looking out the back and just trying to perceive anything that's coming up behind us.
Roll me a perception check.
Come on, dive. Don't fuck me again. Alrighty, it fucked me again. That was a 12. I don't even think that was a 12, it was an 11.
As you're looking around, nothing seems to be following you. You heard the rustling of the dirt, the cracking of the trees, and the guttural roar of whatever this thing was pushing farther off in the distance, seeming to travel the noises that the other animals were going. But behind you, the forest has almost fallen like creepishly silent at this moment, as there's no animals. The humming of the birds is gone, and it's the whimsy is gone for a moment, as like this threatening entity kind of, whatever was living here may have been pushed on by whatever this creature is.
I have a weird question.
Yep.
So, like, when we first entered the forest, it wasn't just the sounds of it, it was like the vibrancy and all of that. Like, is everything muted now?
Seems right now at the moment, most of it, yeah. As you're all near this vicinity. As you all push, though, especially those with passive perception, because you guys are still pushing on, or do you actually stop?
Oh, no, we move. We're not.
We're going to keep moving.
Leave.
As you all keep pushing on from the area you were, slowly but surely the vibrancy keeps coming back.
Y'all, I'm starting to think that bear's sick, right?
Could be.
Hey, before I forget, somebody take that knife from Deanne.
Stoat will go over and put a hand out.
He'll reach into his back of his pants and he'll grab the dagger out and hand it back to you.
Hey, Stoat, you can keep that one. That was Bart's.
Bart's kind of like a bear.
Yeah.
Stoat stuffs it in the boot where Bear used to be.
Raina's gonna turn to Compton and be like, "Hey, are you okay? Did you get hurt?"
Compton's gonna kind of like straighten up. He's like, "No, I'm fine. I'm fine." He's gonna cough out a little bit of blood. No, it's fine. No, I'm okay. No.
Shut the fuck up. You tell me the truth. And she's just gonna cast her wounds on him.
No, that hurt so fucking bad. That took out half of my fucking like abilities to do anything. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Here. And all I did was stand next to you. Oh, it hurt. Oh, that feels nice though.
So that's 12 points for you.
Oh Jesus Christ. Guys, do you want to know how bad it is to be Compton? That almost puts me back to like full. I'm so I'm so much better. That feels so good. Oh my god, you can touch me like that. Oh, I mean, okay. You want good whiskey, right? I mean, whew. Yeah.
I want to say that there's never been a more obvious bias between how she healed Crag and how she healed Compton.
Okay, so I used I used second level on both of y'all, and it's not my fault that I rolled for shit for Crag.
The dice are feeding the narrative.
I used a first level on myself, and I got more points than I gave to Crag.
Compton.
Yeah.
As you're driving the wagon, pushing forward in time, as you're getting further and further, the adrenaline of what just happened and the sights and sounds and smell of the forest, everything just running through your head at this very moment seems to hinder your sense of time. You know how long you've all been traveling on this leg of the journey, but it feels like you've been traveling longer than the first time already.
Okay.
With the warning of Hort and Tallus ringing in your mind of not being on the road at the night, the shadows of the forest seem to be growing larger, and the trees begin to feel as if they are watching you almost for a moment. The woods feel denser, the sounds of the animals in the distance starting to become more feral and more violent. You start to have this fear reaching over you. Just as you're about to let it take it over, a welcome sight comes into view. The winding path begins to straighten, and you see that the canopy of the dense woods becomes thinner. An archway of flowers and trees captures the wonderful sight of rolling hills and clear blue skies off in the distance.
Clear blue skies?
Yep. Looks like the forest is becoming to an end in front of you.
Thank God for that.
Do I get the sense that, like, even though it was getting dark and shit inside, it's still maybe like midday outside? Or is it clear blue as in like the sun is still up somewhere?
Hard to tell with
Okay.
with how you were.
Okay.
Has enough time passed for me to get a short rest?
Yes.
Because I'm a warlock now, so I have to do that.
Everybody can have a short rest at this point.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
You push
Go ahead.
No, you go.
I was just gonna say, just because it kind of, for the sense of brevity, can we use some of this time for Compton to have filled in the group on the problem with Trevor? Like, any additional details?
If you'd like to.
Just because I'm assuming it's a couple hours, right?
It feels like it's been almost an entire day.
Yeah. I really don't want to sit on this and then us show up at an inn and then we're like, oh, we still have to go over this item. It's like, well, what have we been talking about for 2 hours? 8 hours, whatever.
Yeah.
So I think, like, he'll effectively go back and then just, like, recount that story and be like, yeah, so really what had happened was Trevor was out here and he was hanging out with y'all and I could see bits of it, and I was inside, and, like, here's the thing is, if I wanted to, I could talk to him right now, and I have to, because I found out that the little mind prison I made for him isn't all that comfortable, and that's on me. But he didn't tell me, so I didn't know. But I got to fix that because it's kind of weighing on me a bit. But yeah, that's what had happened.
Stoat at one point would come up behind you while you're driving the cart and give you like a hug behind. I didn't like him. I'm glad you're back.
Yeah, I'm glad to be back too, Stoat. I am. He ain't. You know what? I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't know if he's a good or bad guy, but he think about it like this: if it weren't for Trevor, I'd be dead. You would never have met me. So there's something there, and he's pointing me in the right direction here and there too. So, did he do anything to? Oh, he did. And I'm gonna look over to Raina and I'll be like, I'm real sorry about what he said about your whole situation with the stranger. That wasn't okay.
It's okay. Raina's gonna loop her, because we're sitting next to each other, so she's gonna loop her arm, I think, through Compton's arm.
We get a cuddle puddle everywhere. I love this. Craig, we're going to join the cuddle puddle.
Craig has been sleeping this whole time.
Yes.
Okay. Man, he's always missing out. We really got to get him.
Here's a weird question, Grim. Is at any point the back of the wagon, would it mechanically be considered dim light? Just out of curiosity.
Yep, because it has a canopy on it.
Okay, so at some point, while y'all are like hanging out and chatting and not paying attention to Crag, he does disappear.
What?
Thanks to shoutouts to One with the Shadows, the Eldritch Invocation, where I can disappear in dim light.
That's fucking cool.
He doesn't consciously do it. So like when he like moves to like scratch his face, he appears again.
And at one point, you guys see the light would shine into the wagon correctly, and it would reveal him. But as it disappears, he's gone again.
That's fucking tight. Yeah, so I guess all I'm trying to say is I can't guarantee it ain't gonna happen again. That's the first time that ever happened. I kind of feel like that veil is a little thinner now, though. You know what I mean? So we gotta figure out what to do if he come back, because y'all didn't know. I was listening to some of the shit he was saying, and y'all didn't say nothing about it. You realize he cast magic. He pulled a book out of my bag to cast a spell, and y'all didn't think, hey, that's fucking weird.
He was acting. I knew something was weird, but who would have thought that you weren't in you? You just melted your brain like the night before.
Oh man, that was so fucking weird. That's true. I mean, but still, probably should have kept a closer eye on me than if my brain was melting and you thought I was having side effects. All I'm saying is future situations, maybe he'll just let himself out. I'm gonna have to talk to him, so I'll figure that out. Don't stab him though, because that's stabbing me, and I don't. Please don't stab me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'm really glad that you're you again.
I'm really glad you did what you did, because I don't know what you did is what got me out.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't even thinking about it. I just wanted to dance with you.
Well, maybe I can repay the favor sometime.
Deal.
Stoat's now paying more attention to Craig. And she's looking over and, you're saying, like, pay better attention next time because it wasn't me. And she's wondering now if Craig's really not him.
Oh, no. Plant seeds of paranoia.
She noticed him disappearing at this point.
If Craig is still sleeping, then whenever the dim light hits, he would shift away.
She's just, again, like, at the front, kind of got her arms resting on it, just, like, looking back. He's, Craig's kind of weird right now. Do you think, like, he's got a Trevor?
Maybe. And you see Ray beside you, Arrow Darkfoot, doing the exact same position you are.
Hey, it's Arrow, guys. He's back.
What do you mean back? I've been here the whole time. Wowzers, I have to say. That adventuring, it's got me tired. I can't believe all the crazy things we ran into along the way.
What was your favorite part, Arrow?
Oh my god, I don't even know. The epic fight with the freaking elemental bear. Wowzers.
Wait a second, you mean to tell me you were right there and you didn't do nothing?
I did. Who do you think scared the bear off? Right over here. Old Dark.
Right. Okay, so real quick, I gotta understand. I'm supposed to thank you about a big boom potion. Is it your fault my friend looked like that?
Looks over at Craig. And
Craig is awake because this man is very loud.
Oh yeah.
He's just staring.
Looks at Craig. Wow. Huh. Fancy.
Is that it?
What is it? Look at you. You look great, I have to say. Got the pointy ears. You're a little bit logged in. Kind of remind me a bit of me. Kind of does like a smile.
Yeah, but I'm looking at you, and you still look like you, which is...
Look at my arms. Are like half an inch shorter. And my hair used to be bright neon blue. So kind of like a navy blue. That's just racist.
Yeah, I mean... Sorry for your
anybody
my condolences.
Anybody who is actually like looking over his visage, the vibrancy of him is a little bit more dulled now, and he probably has shrunken about 3 inches.
Dude, okay, this is fucked. All right, I don't know this. Oh, okay, yeah. Maybe you should get more vitamins. Or you just shrink. It's like an old age thing, right? You just lose bone density and it just comes back.
It happens in the woods. Sometimes you eat a wrong mushroom and here you are. But I'm still me. I'm still my wonderful self. Today's a good day. We had an adventure. I like it. Should we be getting out of these woods now? New adventures, new stories.
Hell yeah, let's get the fuck out.
Hey, Arrow, just out of curiosity, real quick.
Yeah.
What do you, what, if anything, would you know about the Court of Stars?
The Court of Stars,
The what?
Court of Stars. I've heard about it. Never actually been there. A little too dark and drab for me.
I thought it was nice.
All those shadows and as the shadow hits him, you see his left arm disappears, and then he goes, "No!" Slaps where it was, and it appears again. Now you see, it's a little too dark and drab for me. I like vibrant, private. Bam, colors everywhere.
See, okay, yeah, sure. Yeah, I told y'all that, didn't I? I met a queen.
No.
I never met royalty before. She's real nice. Yeah.
Oh. And he gives you a very deep bow.
Don't do that.
Well, didn't you do that? If you didn't do that, she's probably offended.
No, I did do that, but you don't do that to me.
But if it's I'm bound to you, I'm bound to her. Because by transgression of bound to you, now I'm bound to her.
Oh shit, you're supposed to bow to Crag now? I'm about to
You aren't. If you
Everybody
do, I will.
bow to Greg.
I swear to God, if a single one of you fucking bows to me.
I bowed.
And then Stoat would see on his shoulder, Blanks, he does a very deep bow. That is up here on the shoulder.
Blanks, you're back.
I hate this. This is why I don't tell y'all nothing.
Alright, everybody. So, we ready to get out of this place?
Are you sure you're gonna be okay? You're already kind of disappearing.
Am I again? And he looks and you see his left foot's gone. Thank you very much. And he puts it back out into the sunlight. All right. And we're good. We're back.
What? Still looks at Compton. What is he? What does that?
I mean, that's going to take a little bit. You can't just. First off, you shouldn't ask that kind of question in front of folk. It's a little fucked up. You're not wrong. It's just tact. Second, I'm not sure, but we gonna find out. Also, I'm wondering if Craig is now like this, gentlemen. If that means that the longer Craig is like this, that this kind of effects is gonna take hold, and it's just gonna make him, just not be around.
What?
He's me and I'm him.
Yeah. Yep, I figured as much. That's cool.
Okay, so see, if you're me, I'm gonna tell you right now that's gonna cause you some problems.
It's been a while tonight. I will say that.
Are
you hungry?
How many folks you eat?
Oh no. What hungry? What do you mean hungry? Hungry for adventure? Yeah, let's get out of these woods.
Here's the thing: when the tusks come in, it's gonna hurt.
Oh, and he touches, and then he reaches into his pants, and he reaches inside of his shirt, touching everywhere. No, I don't got no tusk. Got testicles. Don't got tusk.
Well, they'll come in.
Some people call it a truck.
See, what my mama did is she just dabbed some whiskey on my gums. That did it fine.
That is wonderful parody.
We got plenty of whiskeys.
Yeah, but don't
what you do
shake
for
a
Tuscan
kid.
children.
Don't do it. Shaking
Your
kids.
kid grow tusks?
Oh, you're supposed to shake kids with tusks? Good to know.
You're supposed to feed whiskey to kids with tusks.
Oh, okay, but don't shake them. Got it.
You don't feed it to them. Just dab it on their gums. It makes it numb. It's
Oh,
fine.
for sure. I'm sure.
See, he leans far out the wagon, the heels of his shoes are touching the very back part of the wagon. He's leaning real far back. Fascinating. So we're gonna get going.
Wait, we didn't stop.
Yeah.
No.
I saw how fast you guys got away from that dimension. Let's go that fast.
What is the hurry, though? Because now I'm kind of concerned, and actually I'm going to slow down the wagon. The fuck is that about? Why we got to hurry up?
But see, it's getting nighttime. I don't want to be here in the middle of the night.
Okay, that's actually a fair point. Let's, okay. How far is it to the end of this thing?
Probably no more than another 100, 150 feet.
Oh, fucking
You'll
then,
get
yeah.
there in no
Let's
time.
just.
Yeah,
I'm not running these horses.
Leave
though.
this place.
What is Deanne
Alright.
doing, by the way?
Deanne is just staring at this guy because it's the first time he's actually seen this guy, and he just keeps looking back between Crag and Darkfoot, and he is not saying a fucking word.
Cool.
Good.
Cool.
So, Errol, can I? What about Banksy? Are you gonna? Can I keep him?
Blanksy, now. He snaps his fingers. Blanksy appears right on his shoulder again. Got a little bit intrusive there. Kind of asked for things before we had a chance to talk. Don't like that. But hey, you know what? Blanksy still likes you, and Blanksy gives you a little wave.
I just had a thought.
Yeah.
And forgive me if it's a little weird. He's gonna look at Blank C. I'm him now. Does that mean you're my friend?
Blanksy, you would do that to me. I raised you. The yellow one.
Okay, no, hey, you don't go blaming him. You did that to you.
That's
See,
right.
what you get now is you get hungry, you get tusks, and you get arms you can't show in public. I get the mouse.
You see Darkfoot grabs his hat off,
I
puts
want
it
the
on his
hat.
chest, and he looks at it. He gives you the hat.
I don't want to. We'll put it back on Arrow's head.
He looks at Blanksy. All right. He just nods over, and you see Blanksy just jumps over on your shoulder and jumps over on Crag.
Yes.
I don't. Hey, here's the thing. Nothing against you, buddy. I seen the way Stoat looks at you. You go hang out with her.
Looks over at Stoat and just sits by Stoat's foot.
Oh, and she's just like she motions for him to come on up. Oh my god!
So as this conversation is happening, you leave the Fourwind Forest, just exiting the canopy of the woods, the archway, and you see once again the sign on the outside of Horus and of Hort and Tullus, once again warning people to stay upon the path. You see that even though it feels like you've been traveling all day, when you look up at the open sky, you see that it is only about midday. And you see the wide open path, the rolling hills, the mountain to your side, and the nice open road ahead. Do you guys keep pushing forward?
Can we see Dunwich from here?
You cannot as of yet, because the hills are rolling. So
Okay.
it's not just like a flat pane like before.
But we would know.
Anyone with a high passive perception definitely knows they can smell the scent, especially you would, especially Craig, because of your background. The smell of the colder air and that little tartness of seawater.
Oh man, we're close to the ocean. I can smell it.
I think we should get over the next hill so that we're out of sight of the forest before we settle down. But I do think that even though it looks like it's the middle of the day somehow, we should stop.
Compton is gonna look over the side of the cart, listening to everybody say this stuff. Did we pass the chain?
Guys pushing the wagon forward.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As you're passing forward, you'll see that the chain is coming up. Yeah, whoever's up front, you're looking for it. You see the little bump in the road. You keep going over it.
Yeah. I hope the guy Crack comes with us.
As your cart travels down the path on to the next leg of your journey, you feel the thump of the wagon traveling over the chain again. You heed it very little mind until you hear, and as soon as Craig is about to go over the chain, a hum of life energy blasts him out the back of the wagon.
I fucking told you, son of a bitch. Okay, I'm
What about Blanksy?
Oh
And as soon
my
as you
god.
see that, as soon as that happens, Darkfoot disappears from the wagon. And you see him right by where the chain is, still inside the forest. He steps out one big leg and steps over the chain. Yeah, Yes! Yes! And he's doing like a little dancing jig just outside the chain.
Can I kill this motherfucker?
He looks at you.
my god!
Wait. I know what you're thinking. Did I lie? Yes. And no. Did you agree to the deal I made? Yes. Did I bend the facts to the deal a little more than slightly? Most definitely. But a deal is a deal. Look at you got the potion.
I look
Use
at
the
Crag.
potion.
Is Crag healthy? He's just moved. Like he's like.
So like what happened was anybody who was sitting beside Craig, when you're about to go over the chain, like he was pushing through, and it was like an invisible net was holding on to him, and the further he tried to push through with the wagon, a force built up and then shot him like a slingshot out the back of the wagon.
Oh my god.
Compton's gonna stop the wagon, hop out, and run back to wherever Crag is on the ground.
Raina's going to.
Somebody keep an eye on Deanne.
Don't stay there.
Oh. Blanksy?
Starfit's like, hey, Stowe, you really like Blanksy, but let's see if this works. And he snaps his finger and Blanksy disappears from your foot. And he snaps it again, and Blanksy appears. Yes! Got him! Alright. Hey, everybody. Great big adventure going forward. Alright? I really look forward to meeting y'all again. Really, awesome. You're all lovely. And he turns around and he just starts to walk away down the road.
Still throws a dagger.
Yeah.
He turns around to see you like getting the dagger ready.
Quick toss!
You throw it at him?
Hell yeah!
Yeah.
Big attack?
Yeah, you can make it attack.
Fuck. Okay, 12.
So as you throw it at him, he puts up his fingers and catches your dagger in his hand. And he turns around with you. All right. See, this was rude. I liked you. I really did. This is a little rude, but I'll forgive you. Snaps his fingers and it's back in your hand. All right. Hey, you know what? And Craig, what do you look like?
Craig, since being knocked on his ass, is uncharacteristically calm about this. He has just laid back. He's interlaced his fingers and is just resting his hands on his chest, staring up at the sky. Hey, I don't know how this works. I'm kind of used to praying. Just gonna say, Your Majesty, I could have used a warning, because I would have just stayed here. That would have been fine. That was kind of a bad way to go about it. Not that it's your fault. It's the chain, but just a heads up, because you seem real smart. All due respect.
Are you saying this like loud?
Absolutely.
Yeah, you hear Arrow from like distance. He puts his hand in front and he like makes it very loud. He's like, she probably didn't know.
Yeah, no, I figured that, Arrow. Thank you.
Hey, Craig. You want to come to the end of the chain real quick?
Yeah, just give me a second. Gotta salvage a bit of my dignity, then I can get back on my feet.
I miss you.
He just takes a couple deep breaths, gets back up, and walks right up to the chain. A good 6 inches away from it because he doesn't like it.
He'll get up right to the edge of the chain. Is anybody else doing anything?
Stowe's been told to stay in the wagon. She has dagger in her hand again.
Raina. Do anything, Raina?
I guess I'm gonna go march, or I'm gonna go right up to Arrow and be like, "How do we get him? How do we get him out of there?"
All right. Hey, you know what? I will say, you all are very nice. He looks at Craig. Yeah, you helped me a lot, really, get out of this place. So you know what? Hey, I'll do this. And he pulls out a seashell, and he's gonna like you see he almost winces as he reaches inside the chain and lets like a relaxing sigh of relief as he places a seashell right beside you. All right. Now here's the thing. Like I said, you did me a favor. We had a deal, but, I still kind of feel bad. And he kind of like, he's like, I'll tell you something if you can tell me something. All right? Can we make another trade, Craig?
What do you want to know?
I don't know if you want Raina to see this.
Miss Raina, could you just go back to the wagon, please?
Or just turn around. You don't need to leave.
I think that if this is what I think it is, maybe you go back to the wagon. It'll be fine. Worst case scenario, I'm still here on this side of the chain. We'll figure it out. Don't worry about it.
Listen, Raina's gonna reach out and like grab Arrow, like the scruff of Arrow's shirt, and as she does so, her sleeve and her pulls back and he so that he can see her tattoo and be like, I know what it's like to be stuck in a place. Okay? I don't want you stuck in there any more than I want him stuck in there. But if he's not on the other side of this chain soon, you're not going to be very happy. And should let him go and then go to the, stalk to the wagon.
You'll see he kind of like watches Raina go back to the wagon. And then he'll turn back to you, Craig. What is this? Pulls up his sleeve. And you see as he pulls up his sleeve, there's like this weird pulsing reddish yellow energy running through his vein all the way up his arm. And he pulls out his like side of his shirt and it's like in his chest now.
Wow. Shit. Mine wasn't even that bad. Well, Mr. Darkfoot, in our little deal where I became you and you became me, I still don't understand how that works out. You inherited something of mine. And he gestures to his arm, which is similar but blue. I regret to inform you, you now bear the telltale mark of an Ashen Orc. It's best that you don't go showing that to anybody but me. I don't know how to help you, because I don't know how I would have helped myself.
Alright. Yeah, it's the right question. I'll help you out. So here's the thing. See that shell there? You're gonna need that. There's this lady.
Pick it up.
There's this lady deep in the forest. She goes by Madame Martel. She's gotten people out of this place before. I went to her to get help one time. But I may or may not have gotten distracted by her and stole some of her things in her house. Allegedly, of course. Now, if you could get on her good side, she can get you out of there real lickety-split. Or you may be trapped in here forever. 50-50. I was the other 50.
Okay.
And because I like you so much, I'm going to even help you out. Kinda. Yes, no, slightly. I have an old acquaintance of mine. His name's Fibbit. He's an adorable little red cat fella. He has just the absolute worst personality. You probably won't want to be around him more than a minute. Not like me. I'm fantastic.
You sure are. Could you please get to the point? I beg of you.
Let's just say I caught him doing some shady dealings with some roses. And I promised I wouldn't tell anybody but a seashell. Well, this is a seashell. So, if you bring it back to him, You tell him that his dealings with Darkfoot are gone if he guides you to Madame Martell. You should do it.
Okay. Is there anything else I should know about Madame Martell? Here's a question, right? I have been informed that I am directly associated with the Queen of the Court of Stars.
Nope.
Nope, don't? Okay.
Don't say that. She won't like that.
That's a really important information, Arrow. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. So, I have a lot of the world to see. And I'm not real good with goodbyes. So the rest of them, they don't seem too happy with me right now. I'm probably going to send Blanksy back to say bye to Soap for one last little goodbye, but the rest of them, I'm probably not going to say goodbye to you. Do you think that's going to be okay?
Yeah, I think so. But hey,
Yeah.
I don't know how to help you in a concrete way. But there are some folks that might be able to help a little bit. And I want to be so clear that I'm telling you this in confidence.
Yeah.
And everything I'm about to say stays between us and nobody else.
Mm-hmm.
So, should you find yourself way south in Stillwater,
Yeah.
you want to go to a place, jewelry store, Bearheart Jewelers Company.
Mm-hmm.
Maisie or Rue will be at the counter. It don't matter which.
Alright.
You make sure nobody is in that shop. And
Yeah.
I mean nobody.
Alright.
You pull up your sleeve. You show them what you showed me.
Uh-huh.
You tell them Morgan sent you.
Okay.
If anybody has any kind of insights, it would be my pa.
Ah.
Just behave yourself around them, because that is my kin.
Will do. And you'll see he takes 2 steps back from the chain, about 10 feet away from you. And he goes, you know what? Here's the thing. It was real weird, but I gotta say, and he pulls out a finger and throws it in his mouth of a human.
Yeah.
Guy under the fucking tree.
And he goes, hey, feels real good though. Snaps his fingers and turns invisible.
He will just, Craig will just say under his breath, it stops feeling good real quick. Craig will pocket that fucking seashell.
And with that, we'll end the session there.
Oh my god.
This is not good. Why did you do this? How could you do this? It was Blanksy and it was Darkfoot. He was the best. I can't believe you.
You wouldn't like Darkfoot now anyways. He's an Ashen Orc.
Yeah, I know. Eating humans and oh my god.
And Crag was an Ashen Orc.
Oh my god.
And yeah, Craig was an Ashen Orc.
Stop. You're a monster.
I'm just glad that I don't have to keep lying about it.
Hey, everybody who's still with us and watching and viewing. Once again, thank you for joining us again tonight. Love that you took the time to watch our adventures. And I believe, if I'm right, Verbal will be back next week at 8 EST on Saturday.
Yeah, as far as I know, there's no scheduling
Yeah.
conflicts, so
Yep.
back to regular
Saturday.
schedules.
So if anybody has anything else to say, your channel there, Verbal.
I got nothing else. Thanks for hanging out. Happy birthday, M, because it's your birthday for you now, right? Is it? Is
Yes,
it
16
Okay,
minutes
happy
into my
birthday.
birthday.
Happy birthday.
Thanks.
Yeah. Otherwise, bye, y'all. Have a good night. Say bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Bye bye. Good night. I
Hey,
gotta